methodology, what is the experimental models, and what finding we got after the experimental model, conclusions of our findings and recommendations. So when you see the eucalyptus leaf, eucalyptus have a lot of species, more than 800 species available in the worldwide. But this eucalyptus globulus is very common. Even the allium sativum, that is called garlic. So most of the people, they are using the garlic bulb. But in this research, we used the garlic root, because what we find in the local society, they were using the garlic root instead of the garlic bulb. So this is again came as an inspiration to do the research and bring a findings in the combination of the two herbs. Because in the different therapy like Ayurveda, like Siddha, Chinese medicines, they rely on the polyherbal combination to treat the different kind of problems. So when you talk about the diabetes, diabetes is a chronic metabolic disease characterized by the elevated level of the blood glucose, which lead over time to serious damage in the biological system, including kidney, hearts, blood vessels, eye, and nervous system. So this study focused on combination of the eucalyptus leaf and garlic root extract, because after inspiration, when I went through the different literature survey, we find that eucalyptus leaf and garlic has been used to treat diabetes in folk medicine from ancient time in different parts of the world, Africa, India, Australia, and Europe also. So especially in Africa, what we see here, the eucalyptus leaf is mixed with the other herbs like garlic, root, especially root used to treat diabetes in a very good way. So the inspiration of this study, mixing eucalyptus leaf extract and garlic root to treat diabetes, come from the local community, because they were using this combination to treat diabetes in a very good way. So diabetes can be treated by the administration of insulin and other drugs. But however, the effective use of the current drug is limited by their side effect and cost. So this brings attention to search for alternative means of controlling diabetes, hyperglycemia that include traditional medicines. So what we talk about, ethnobotanical literature surveys indicate that more than 800 anti-diabetic plant species are available. But why we choose an eucalyptus? Because it's used in the locally, and also it's available in the ancient pharmacopoeia of the Australia and the local people also. So what methodology we used with the eucalyptus, and once we isolated, we extracted in the hot water, because we didn't use any chemical. That's why it's also a green chemistry. We used to extract from the leaf of the eucalyptus leaf. Extraction only in the hot water between 50 to 60 degrees centigrade water. Even we crushed the root of the garlic, and also we extracted in the hot water. So the chief constituent after running the GCMS of the extract, we find that these eucalyptus leaf and garlic roots contain different kind of polyphenols, phenolic acids, terpenols, and different things. Here I'm going to mention some of them, what we find in our GCMS. For example, in eucalyptus leaf, we find eucalyptol. This is one of the very important constituents, and on the basis of literature survey, we find that it is widely used for anti-inflammatory, antimicrobial, and antioxidant properties. Even alpha-pinene also find there, and it is also known for the antibacterial, antifungal, anti-inflammatory, and different things. So parathymine is also present. It's also potential anti-inflammatory and antioxidant. It is also antiviral as well as anti-cancer properties. Terpineol, for all, it's also exhibit a very good inflammatory and potential memory enhancing effect also. Most important things, rutin. It's available in eucalyptus plants, and this is the peaks of the rutin is very thick and high. It indicates that the concentration of rutin present in the eucalyptus leaf was very high. And at the past literature survey, it's known that it is a good antioxidant, anti-inflammatory, and vasculoprotecting properties. So it used to strengthen the capillary, improve circulation, and other treat condition in hemorrhoids also. Quercetin also available in the eucalyptus leaf, and it is well known, present in so many types of vegetable. It's a immune boosting and anti-inflammatory properties. Camphorol, hisperine, lutein, these and naringenin, catechin, gallic acid. So especially I was mentioning about the naringenin, it is used as an antidiabetic. So after looking this, ellagic acid, chlorogenic acid and caffeic acid, these all polyphenols, steroids, paracumaric acid, ferulic acid, also it present in the eucalyptus leaf. So eucalyptus globulus leaf are heavily studied with the high concentration of ellagic acid, rutin, and chlorogenic acid. Means the concentration of these polyphenolic compounds and polyphenolic acids present in a high concentration of the eucalyptus. Then we went to the garlic leaf. In garlic, we use the root, we crush and we isolated in 50 to 60 degrees centigrade water. Then we went from the GCMS, and GCMS confirmed that the presence of allicin, S-allyl-cysteine, means sulfur containing compounds. So these sulfur containing compounds, allicin, it's a good antimicrobial, antifungal, lowering blood pressure, reducing cholesterol. Other disulfides, trisulfides compounds containing. So these sulfur containing compounds present in the garlic root. And azolene, one of the very important compound. Azolene is a bioactive compound, sulfur containing compound found in the crushed garlic. So we believe that when we crush the root, not by the blending, we crush in the mortar and pestle. So this compound also present in the garlic root. Now we develop a model how we are going to do the experiment on the animal model. And this experiment designed by myself, it's a very simple experiment. We combined the leaf extract of eucalyptus and the root of the garlic in 1:1 ratio, and doses are decided on the basis of toxicity test. We did toxicity test on brine shrimp larva, and after the calculation, we find that the doses approximately 75 milligram per body kilogram weight. So we make a 3 group of the mice: normal reference group, negative group, and case group. So on the basis of that, all group of albino mice were fasted for 5 hours, followed by the fasting blood glucose level measurement through the tail vein. Just we cut the tail and we were measuring the glucose with the glucometer. So group A and B were fed groundnuts, and C was the fed groundnuts with the hypercaloric pellets for 14 days. This is a very simple. We fed the groundnut, and the groundnut mixed with the sugar. So that mice have the high content of the sugar. And finally, the body weight of the mice we measured after the 5 hours. Then the group A contain healthy mice that are not diabetic and do not receive the test any extract. So what is the purpose behind that? To show the normal physiological condition of the mice, and it acts as a baseline for the comparison. So you see in the group A, we also have the 3 group of the mice: red, green, and blue. So we measure the initial body weight, then initial body glucose level. After 40, then fed, 30 grams of mice become 27 grams. So that is the after 40 days feeding. And then we again measure the blood glucose level. So you see the difference of the blood glucose when before 14 days and after 14 days when they fed well. So blood glucose was 4.7. So we all days, because these group are not treating by any kind of medication, this is the normal group. So you can see the trend of the blood glucose is approximately the same in all the days. Second group of the mice, group C, because group B was the those who did the experiment on that. This group contained diabetic mice, do not receive any kind of treatment. Only we were providing the distilled water as a form of dose. There is no any kind of extract fed by this kind of mice. So what is the purpose behind it? To show the effect of diabetes without the treatment. Only water is given to them as a dose. So it helped to understand the severe diabetes can become its left untreated. So this is the second group, and our experimental group, that is called group B. So in this group contain diabetic mice that receive the test treatment, means a mix of the herbal extract. Approximately after the calculation, it kept 140 milligram per body weight kilogram. So what is the purpose to behind that? To evaluate whether the treatment reduced diabetes symptoms or not. So also here three group of mice, red, because we painted the mice red, green and blue on the basis of their weight, and we mentioned the initial blood glucose level before the feeding. After 14 day feeding, the weight increased, and also when we measured their glucose level, it was very high comparison than those who are providing only the groundnut. These mice, the fed by the groundnut mixed with the sugar. It was a very simple experiment, but it's provided very good impacts on the results. So when you see the initial final glucose level 7.9, after providing the dose, the first half days, it little bit reduction. First days when we provide that. Second days, little more reduction. But third and fourth days, especially fourth and fifth days, third, fourth, fifth, especially fifth day, the reduction was too high. It indicates that our mixture was working properly. When according to the time, means when the treatment is going more than 3 days, the blood sugar is going to be dropped slowly. Even we did the experiment in the other case up to 14 days, and we find that after 5 days, approximately the value of the reduction in sugar is more or less are similar. That's why here we put the 5 days data. On the basis of this experiment, we can say that our combination, what we put eucalyptus leaf and garlic root extract was working very properly, and the experiment was very simple. So what is the purpose? What is the proposed hypothesis behind the herbal medicine? Still, it's not established in any literature, but there was two hypotheses behind this kind of action when you use the 2 and 3 kinds of herbs. So the multiple bioactive compounds present in the eucalyptus globulus and garlic root extract synergistically exert an anti-diabetic effect by improving insulin resistance, promoting glycogen synthesis, inhibiting hepatic glycogenesis, and enhancing glucose uptake in the hepatocytes. Another hypothesis, several theories reported that the role of gut bacteria play an important role in controlling diabetes. Gut bacteria can interact with the dietary component and influence host insulin sensitivity and glucose metabolism. So this is the only proposed theory in the mice. There is a increase in the gut bacteria as well as increase in the glycogenesis, hepatic glucose uptake, insulin sensitivity, means gut bacteria, and also it's correct the liver function in the biological system. So when you talk about the a broad picture of the eucalyptus and garlic mechanism against the diabetic, you see the garlic, it contains allicin and other sulfur containing compounds. Eucalyptus leaf, it contains polyphenol and flavonoids. So what is the role of the allicin and sulfur compound? Boost insulin secretion, enhance glucose uptake by the cells, reduce insulin resistance, provide antioxidant protection, means lower lipids, and antioxidant protection in beta cells. Eucalyptus leaf separately, we will talk. Here, it's contain the polyphenols and flavonoids, so inhibit alpha glucosides, enhance insulin sensitivity, antioxidant action protect beta cell, and reduce inflammation. So when they work synergetically, it protect the pancreas, always improve the metabolism in the biological system. So the whole effect lower blood glucose level. So when you talk about the previous figure, and when we want to explain very well, so garlic, the active compound allicin and sulfurs, boost insulin secretion, enhance glucose uptake by the cells, reduce insulin resistance, antioxidant protection, and lower lipids. So when overall take about the only we talk about the single garlic, garlic increases insulin and improve glucose metabolism, helping reduce blood sugar. When you talk about the eucalyptus leaf, the active compounds is polyphenol and flavonoids, so inhibit alpha glucosides, show carbohydrate digestion, reduce postnatal blood sugar spikes, enhance insulin sensitivity, antioxidant action, reduce inflammation, and the overall effect of eucalyptus primarily shows glucose absorption, protect cell, and improve tissue response to the insulin. So when you talk about the combined effect of these two combinations, it's lower blood glucose sugar, protect the pancreas, improve metabolism. So when you talk about the summary, garlic and eucalyptus components both complement each other, work synergistically, and the final result to reduce the glucose absorption and inflammation in the biological system. So conclusion and recommendation about these two herbs combination. So the clinical observation shows a steady decrease in blood glucose level with time, confirming that eucalyptus globulus leaf and garlic root extract may be useful in controlling diabetes. We conduct further studies on human beings to validate the dose and results. And this is again, we are doing, it's going on. Bring herbal medicine to the society at a cheap cost, affordable cost. It's also the sustainable chemistry. And further study on another problem associated with the diabetes like nephropathy, means we need to have different homeostasis and others related problem in biological system. So finally, I would like to thank to the Department of Chemistry and Department of Biology of the University of Dodoma providing the facility to conduct the research. Also, I would like to thank the Animal Laboratory, the Department of Veterinary Medicine, CONIAPS University of Agriculture providing the albino mice for the research. So on the basis of I did the different research on the herbs, different animal model, and finally we can come in the conclusion. We developed one medicine, anti-diabetic medicine. The name is Jimerin, and this medicine is patented as well as this registered in the Ministry of Health Tanzania, and this is the combination of the 4 herbs. This medicine is very popular in Tanzania, developed by myself and groups. So I'm very happy to present that after the diabetic research, we came in the conclusion, we have now anti-diabetic medicine with the combination of the herbs. That medicine is patented as well as registered in the Ministry of Health, and it's doing very good in the society. So thank you for listening. And now, if anyone have any kind of question, welcome. Welcome for the question. Yes.
Hello.
Hello.
Thank you.
Yes.
Very nice presentation, Professor.
Yes.
We are very happy to see you from a long distance, from another country.
Thank you.
Yes, good. Anybody have questions?
Anybody have any question related the diabetic medicine, animal model research?
Professor, have you any that patents or that, because it is very good innovative research?
Yeah, I have the patent.
Okay, very good.
And I developed the medicine. I want to show that one. I think last slide it was showed.
That is Indian.
We developed a medicine. This medicine, I think you are able to see this.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, this medicine trade name is Jimerin. You see the registration number. It's registered in Ministry of Health, Tanzania. as well as patented.
Very good, very good. So,
So this is the herbal.
have you apply patent for India or?
No, this is the national patent here. This is the
Yes.
only, because just we finished the research and now this medicine in the market.
Very good, very good, very good.
And not only treating the diabetes, we are doing the research is still going on. It not only treating the diabetes, it treating the uric acid also. We don't know how it's doing, because the people are suffering from the joint pain also curing by this medicine.
Hello.
Yes, yes.
In the Jimarine, I need some help from this. In Jimarine, what is the
Gymnema sylvestrine?
Okay, it is. What is the chemical structure of this? In
Jimarine?
Yes, sir.
I can show you the chemical structure of Jimarine.
Okay.
Can I show now?
Yes,
because
sir.
It's not in my presentation. Because
it's okay, sir. No problem.
Yeah.
It can be seen in the website. Is it available?
Yeah, it's available. Nowadays, it's going to be available because just we launched it in the market.
Okay.
And not only it's an animal model.
Okay.
We make a 60 volunteers in 15 groups, human.
Okay.
And we did the research in the whole blood profile.
Okay.
It is not only reducing the sugar,
okay.
It is also reducing the uric acid, joint pain, providing good sleep. We don't know how. Still, I don't know.
Okay.
But because we did the experiment only on the sugar patient.
Okay. Because we, what is my observation? We can use the.
Yes, sir. Hello. 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 Sir, there is no voice. Hello. Hello. There is no voice. Why?
Sir, just voice is. I think voice should be there. I am just going to
because someone asking some question and someone asking the question, but I was not able to give the answer.
Not listening your voice. What is the reason, sir? I am talking to our anchor.
Yeah, the voice is not. Hello. Okay, because my internet is working. Yeah, now I am looking you. Now I am looking you.
ये सर दिख तो रहे हैं यहाँ 15 लोग.
So Professor ML Sharma is also there.
जो रवि हो कौन है जो next speaker.
Professor ML Sharma is also there.
Thanks. Okay, sir. Thank you. We would like to present. Thank you to you. Very well spoken and very informative talk, sir.
Yeah, if that's my own medicine. It's registered and patented, and soon is going to be Amazon also.
Thank you, sir. Thanks a lot for your valuable time.
Professor ML Sharma is also there.
Professor Sharma is on a different platform, sir. He is
different
here today,
platform.
but not in this hall.
Okay, so thank you, Professor Yadav, to invite me in valuable this conference, and I am very happy for future also. So thank you again, and thank you so much.
Thanks a lot, sir.
Hmm.
Dr. Shirala Shetty.
Yes, he's there.
Yes, Mr.
Okay,
Abhishek
sir.
Ganguly. Dr. Shirala Shetty.
Should I present?
Please, you can introduce him.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Professor S.C. Shirala Shetty is working in the PG Department of Studies in mathematics. He obtained his BSc in 1997, MSc in 1999, and PGDC in 1999. PhD in 2007 from Karnataka University, Dharwad. He began his teaching career at SDM College of Engineering and Technology, Dharwad in November 2000, where he served as a lecturer, senior grade lecturer, and reader until February 2009. He then joined Karnataka University's Karnataka College, Dharwad, as assistant professor in February 2009 and served there until October 2013. In October 2013, Dr. Shetty joined the PG Department of Studies in Mathematics, Karnataka University, Dharwad, as an associate professor and was promoted to professor in October 2016. Currently, he serves as a professor in the same department. His research areas include numerical analysis, wavelet analysis, computational fluid dynamics, wavelet multigrade methods, differential equations, and integral and differential equations. So now I would like to invite Dr. Shirala Shetty to please present his talk. Over to sir. Over to Shirala Shetty, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much for a very nice introduction. Very good afternoon, sir.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon. Please, please present.
Yes,
We can see your screen.
I am going to entitled wavelet for the numerical solution of partial differential equations arising in electrodynamic lubrication models. Here, my part of the presentation is, initially, I wanted to brief about wavelets in terms of its definitions and terminology with respect to the introductory exposition. And later, I should go to some selected applications with respect to the electrohydrodynamic lubrication problems. Just we observe here, wavelets are there. Next, here also wavelets are there, but they are not visible. I wanted to make it to visible. Here you observe. Here also we have wavelets are there. Here we can see what it is. It is a forest. A forest is nothing but trees must be there. If these are the trees in the forest, if trees are there, some flowers must be there. Yes, flowers are here. If flowers are there, honey bees will attract. Honey bees must be there. Yes, honey bees are here. What in my intention here? I define a function which we call it as a wavelet function. With the help of wavelet function, our objective is to see entire forest. Sometimes can see trees, sometimes can see flowers, sometimes can see honey bees. We require a mathematical tool which we call it as a wavelet. That tool can use to see locally as well as globally. Locally is nothing but here can see honey bee. Globally is nothing but entire forest. So zoom in and zoom out phenomena is there in the wavelets. While keeping this motivation in our mind, we switched over to the introductory exposition of that. Most of the signals in practice are time domain signals in their raw format. It means that measured signals is a function of time. Why do we need the frequency information? In many cases, the most distinguished information is hidden in the frequency content of the signal. Frequency content of stationary signals do not change in time. Just we observe here. These are the stationary signals. These are do not change in time. We do have a tool which we call it as a Fourier series, and it's actually a Fourier transform. In discrete case, Fourier series, you take any arbitrary function, if it satisfies the distinct conditions, a trigonometric series which we call it as a Fourier series. So distinct conditions are the function must be periodic, function must be single value, function must have a finite number of discontinuities, function must have a finite number of minima. Suppose if a function, any one function, arbitrary function, if it doesn't satisfy any one condition, we can't represent any arbitrary function as a Fourier. That doesn't converge. Fourier fails. And then what we have to do? We have to search for another transformation. And we do have a transformation, which we call it as a short time Fourier transform. Even that also has some drawbacks, because that is with respect to window size of the function. And then what we have to do? We have to go for the wavelet transform. So these are the drawbacks of the Fourier transform. Is nothing but what? Fourier is applicable only in case of the stationary signals. Fourier is not applicable in case of the non-stationary signals. With respect to the mathematical functions, if the function doesn't satisfy the distinct conditions, Fourier fails for its representation and its applications. And then what we have to do? We have to go for the wavelets. Fourier transform is probably the most popular transform being used, especially in electrical engineering and signal processing. There are many other transforms that are used quite often by engineers and mathematicians. So, in integral transform of f of t is equal to integration k of STM of t dt. Here FT is the kernel. Can define the kernel. Sometimes we have called with respect to the kernel in the 0 to infinity Laplace transform. Integral transform is referred as the Laplace transform. So its applications are there for solving the initial value problems. It is doesn't applicable for the boundary value problems. And then what we have to do? So we have to go for the Fourier transform. Like that, in the integral transform, by changing the kernel, can find the kernel with respect to our applications. Hilbert transform, short time Fourier transform, random transform. Nowadays, effectively we are using wavelet transform. Every transformation technique has its own area of application with advantages and disadvantages. In 19th, French mathematician Fourier showed that any periodic function can be expressed as an infinite sum of periodic complex exponential functions is as follows. In 1909, Alfred Haar in his PhD thesis defined R basis functions. Its compact support is 0 to 1. In 1930, Hall Levy, physicist, investigated Brownian motion and concluded R basis is better than Fourier transform. In 1930, Littlewood Place calculated the energy of the function. In 1960, West and others studied simplest element of basis space called atom. In 1980s, Grossman and Morley broadly defined wavelet of quantum mechanics. 1985, Stephen Mallard defined wavelet for his digital signal processing work for his PhD. Meyer constructed first wavelet. In 1988, Ingrid Dabachi with complex support 0 to 3 used Mallard work constructed set of wavelets. The name emerged from the literature of geophysics by a move to France. The word on the led translation wavelet to wavelet. So groups are acting in wavelet studies. Observation in engineering, applied scientists in signal processing, in industrial groups. Fourier transform structural analysis, Hilbert transform, in analog detection for optimal function approximation, Lagrange function, and numerous other transforms. Signal representation in a suitable domain for information extraction, Fourier transform for spectral analysis, Hilbert transform in analog detection for optimal function approximation, Lagrange basis functions, numerous and other transforms. Here, transformation. Two domains for signal representation. One is the signal domain, another one is the transform domain. Here, projection space, which we call it as a basis functions. Here we do have different projection spaces and different signal representations. A classical function, arbitrary function, function representation in time encoding. After the transformation, representation in frequency, if and only if you want frequency information, transform and analyze. If you want to back apply the inverse, and again you will get the time domain information. Vice versa for the transform that does here. Basis function vary with plus or minus infinity, no localization, only one basis function, sine and cosines, or its complex form, Fourier coefficients, projection of function f of t onto sine and cosine basis functions. Information about the entire range of function is contained in the coefficients, no localization. These are the shortcomings of Fourier transform. Fourier transform, loss of local information. For the local analysis, we have the Taylor series. Global analysis, Fourier transform. Taylor is not for the global, and Fourier is not for the local. So loss of time information in Fourier transform, and that is here. decompose a signal in terms of its frequency components, powerful and computationally convenient, linear, invertible, means frequency notation is easy, good for stationary signals. What if the signal is not stationary? Let us consider some examples here. You observe here, these are all non-stationary signals. Non-stationary signals. All few signals are the non-stationary signals. This is another example of non-stationary signals. Frequency components at different time intervals. Frequency content of stationary signals change in time. So, how come the spectrums of two entirely different signals look very much alike? Recall that the Fourier transform gives the spectral content of the signal, but it gives no information regarding where in the time those spectral components appear. Once again, please note that the Fourier transform gives what frequency components exist in the signal, nothing more, nothing less. Non-stationary signal. Almost all biological signals are non-stationary. Some of the most famous ones are electrical activity of the heart, electrocardiogram, as ECG, electrical activity of the brain, which we call it as electroencephalogram, EEG, and EMG, electrical activity of the muscles, ECG. You also these signals, these are all non-stationary signals. An example of a transient signal, speech signals are the non-stationary signals. Examples of transient signals, engine vibrations. Main stages in signal analysis, signal domain, cross signal, and transformation. We are using the basis functions, the transform domain coefficients. We are analyzing here required information for extract state purpose, and then we are modifying the coefficients here, applying the thresholding and all that, and this is the reconstruction and the reconstructed signal. Suppose we are having the noises are there in the signal. If you want to denoise the signal, use the suitable basis functions, transform and analyze and modify the coefficients after applying the best of the best thresholding process, and then again reconstruct it, and we shall get the signal with no noise, denoised signal. Okay. Good. This is the process is there. Like that, similarly, we are having the different applications in different situations. But in Heisenberg uncertainty principle, defined in quantum physics, and it is applicable to signal processing problems as well. Position and momentum of a particle cannot be determined simultaneously. Here, Fourier transform is useful, good for stationary signals. When Fourier transform can also be used for non-stationary signals if we are only interested in the spectral component of the signal, not interested in the time when they occur. What if one wants to know when which frequency occurred at what time? Fourier transform fails to provide such information. Here, with respect to signal analysis, Heisenberg uncertainty principle, velocity cannot be obtained simultaneously. In the context of signal analysis, this can be translated as follows. Time and frequency contents of the signal cannot be obtained simultaneously. We address the question, which frequency band exists at what time interval? Can we use some portion of the non-stationary signal is stationary? Yes. If short time Fourier transform signal is divided into small segments, where these segments of the signals can be assumed to be stationary. For this purpose, window function.
Excuse me, sir. Could you please conclude in 2 minutes?
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. So these are the motivational backgrounds of the how we have to go for the wavelets to Fourier transform to wavelet. We can observe here. Narrow window view, good time resolution, but poor frequency resolution. Here we can observe wide window gives good frequency resolution, but poor time resolution. Due to time restrictions, I can skip some slides here. I wanted to show it has the applications in electrohydrodynamic lubrication problems. Just I wanted to show those slides. Here we are using the lifting scheme. So this is a detailed application. This is the Reynolds equation with the suitable boundary conditions and taking the initial pressure, Hartmann pressure. This is the very, very important point, cavitation point, how to detect it as applying the finite difference and system of non-algebraic equations can represent like this. And after applying the Gauss theorem, so we have to approximate. There are many methods to minimize the error. So errors are there with respect to the numerical or truncation errors. Our objective is to minimize those errors with the help of the wavelet-based techniques. So we are having the full approximation scheme because it is the nonlinear case. We do have wavelet. We have developed recently wavelet full approximation scheme by orthogonal wavelet full approximation scheme. So this is with respect to the prolongation and restriction with the lifting and the Haar filters, Dabachi filters, and bi-orthogonal Dabachi filters successfully we have applied. One initially we have considered one simple problem, nonlinear problem, having the exact solution. Successfully we have applied above procedure and obtained the solution and compared it with the available methods. Here for the different grid points, here methods are Haar wavelet, and then full wavelet based Dabachi wavelet based, bi-orthogonal Dabachi wavelet based, and CDF bi-orthogonal. Here CDF bi-orthogonal wavelet method gives the better resolution, and then we have considered here another electrodynamic duplication problem successfully applied, and then we have obtained the solutions, and then we can check here rate of convergence of the finite difference scheme, Haar wavelet, Dabachi wavelet, bi-orthogonal converges fast. And we have obtained the pressure and the film thickness and the as well as the and this is the comparison of residual iteration in different schemes and finite difference Haar Dabachi and where converges fast, and we have tested for the different problems and bi-orthogonal wavelet CDF filters converges fast, and this is the pressure numerical solution of the test problem 5.3, and here wavelet plays a important role in science and engineering. Here from the latest last table, the proposed scheme shows super convergence over the existing ones. Hence the scheme has wide range of applications to real world problems. Real world problems are real charge multiplication problems. Dynamics we have considered, and CPU time of Haar wavelet lifting scheme is lower than the other bi-orthogonal lifting, so the super, and these are the references.
Sir, thank you.
For
Thank you.
development. Yes, sir.
Come to the line online. Thank you for very neat and calm presentation of your wavelet theory. Professor, are you listening my voice?
Namaskar, namaskar. It is very audible.
Hello,
Yes,
sir.
Yes, sir.
Are you listening
Hello,
my
sir.
voice?
Hello, sir. Narsul, sir. Namaskar.
No, sir.
Yes, sir. We
Thank
are
you
fine,
very
sir.
much.
What about you, sir?
Oh, I am fine, sir. We are very comfortable in Satna.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So
Yes, sir.
we are very happy to see your presentation. It is a very good occasion for us also. My also there with me.
Yes, sir. Because of you only, I sent, sir.
So, sir, any questions from students? Here, students are there. Anybody?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Listening your presentation and watching that all. Sir, what exactly the direct
Yes, sir, yes.
that relation between Fourier transformation and wavelet transformation?
Sir, it is the extension of a Fourier transform, sir. But Fourier has the properties If it satisfies the displayed, can apply the Fourier. If it fails, Fourier, any fails displayed conditions, we can't apply the Fourier representation. We go for the wavelet. Is it clear, sir? Hello? 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 Sir, phone not. Hello? Hello? Hello, sir.
Yes.
Hello, sir. Hello, sir, please. Hello?
Hello, sir.
Hello, sir, please.
Oh, there is a network problem issue here.
Hello.
I am asking
Yes,
one
yes.
simple question. Are you here or not? The
Sir, and then
direct, the
answer,
relation.
sir.
Ah,
Yes, sir. There is no direct relation, sir. It is the extension.
okay.
Extension. Now, Fourier extension is wavelet.
Fourier.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Right, sir.
Fourier is not applicable in case of non-stationary. Wavelet is applicable in case of stationary as well as non-stationary signals.
But the applications are both are same, sir. In Fourier transformation, also they are using.
They are using, sir, but in case of non-stationary, it is not applicable, sir.
Oh,
It is applicable only in case of stationary. It is not applicable.
Right.
Yes, sir.
Thank you,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir. Thank you very
On
much, sir.
behalf of the organizing committee, thank you for your good presentation.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes,
Thank you, sir. See you again. Right.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
See you in Harvard.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Thank you. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you, sir. The next talk is from Dr. Mohammad Jahid. He is from Baba Saheb Bhimrao Ambedkar Bihar University, Muzaffarpur, Bihar. His research interests include functional analysis, topological analysis, locally convex spaces, metric spaces, abstract algebra, and linear algebra. The topic of his presentation is on generalizations of lacunary sequence spaces. Over to Dr. Mohammad Zahid, sir.
Yes, thanks, and good afternoon to everyone, and thanks to Chairperson, Professor S.K. Narsimurthy. Also thanks to coordinators Dr. O.P. Tripathi, Dr. Dheeraj Singh Chauhan, and Dr. Rishi Bhardwaj for organizing this technical session. I am heartily thankful to Professor C.K. Misra, the convener of CONIAPS, and also thankful to AKS University, Satna. I am Dr. M. D. Zahid, Assistant Professor in Mathematics in Bihar University, Muzaffarpur. I am here to present my one-off research paper on the topic on generalization of lacunary sequence spaces. Is there a possibility of share my screen?
Yes, sir.
Hello.
Please, you can share the screen.
Yes. I am sharing my full-length paper as because of equations.
Okay, you can briefly take a some 20
Yes, yes,
minutes,
yes.
maximum 20
Yes,
minutes,
yes.
right? We can finish.
Okay, okay.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
Okay, okay. This paper on generalization of Lacunary sequence spaces. And this is a combination of three authors. One Professor Chandrasekhar Prasad in University Department of Mathematics. He is senior most professor of Bihar University, Muzaffarpur. And another one is research scholar Rinki Yadav. And on behalf of them, I am presenting this paper. Just okay. The paper is on Lacunary sequence spaces. NX of Lacunary strongly convergent sequence were first described by A.R. Friedman in 1978 by defining a strongly Cicero-Samuel sequence, and its generalizations were studied by several mathematicians. Present study starts with concept of difference sequence space as an extension of sequence space, and then we have discussed with the definition of Orlick functions along with the constitution of Orlick sequence spaces that further behaves like a Banach space after introducing a suitable norm on it. Later, we introduced about double sequence space on the base of a normed space. The main context of this study is to discuss the generalization of the concept of Lacunary sequence space in respect of Orlick's functions, the generalizations of Lacunary sequence space on the ground of double sequence space as Lacunary double sequence space, and finally discuss the study. A study of generalizations of Lacunary sequence space on the base of different sequence. I would like to introduce the paper. Sequence space is a kind of vector space consisting of sequences under defined vector addition and scalar multiplication. This is the base of the whole study. After adding some equipment like metric norm, inner product, and conditions like boundedness, compactness, completeness on sequence spaces, several properties are observed. And on consequence, we familiarize with metric space, normed space, inner product space, Banach space, Hilbert space, and some others. On this sequence, Friedman have introduced Lacunary sequence in 1978 for the generalization of sequence space as Lacunary sequence space. They used concept and properties of decay space and strongly Cicero-Samuel sequences. Now, I would introduce some definition for the sequence theta equals to xk, satisfying such condition, whose sum is given by
Excuse
Ck.
me.
Yes.
Dr. Jai Sab,
Yes.
you can skip the basics and go for your results.
Yes.
Yeah, I
Yes.
am very
Yes.
curious to know about your Lacunary sequence space. What exactly that Lacunary sequence space you can explain? Because in pure mathematics, only few peoples will working. You know, you are a great work.
Yes. My
please.
work is on pure mathematics.
Yeah, I know. I can understand. Right.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I am going to introduce Lacunary sequence and then Lacunary sequence space. An increasing sequence of non-negative integers denoted as theta is equals to sequence xk types will be called Lacunary sequence when it satisfies, say, the sequence hn, the difference xn minus 1 tends to 0 when n tends to infinity, and x not equals to 0. The main thing of these sequences is that this is non-negative. non-negative integers and also non-negative increasing sequences. And later, corresponding to the Lacunary sequence denoted by theta, the Lacunary sequence spaces is a set of all Lacunary type sequences that satisfy this equation 3 and theta. And norm is need to define this.
1 minute. So
yes.
that distance is not preserved in a metric space.
Yes, that is. Yes. Distance is under metric space, and that is
yeah, that is obvious, you know. Yes, I can understand. But only thing is your lacunary sequence is increasing and positive, non-negative.
Yes.
It should be, right?
And satisfying these two conditions. One
conditions
and two.
is also convergence. That is the concept of convergence. And because of non-negativity, the first term is 0.
Yes.
Second condition, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Obviously. Okay. And I have defined. I'm briefly showing what I did, and if someone get interest, that can contact me. I will share my paper. I have defined Orlick's functions. Orlick's function is also like Lacunary sequence that satisfy these 5 conditions. So, yes.
Your sir is speaking. Just wait.
Yes. Rinki Jadhav joined this online presentation. Rinki Jadhav. साथ है ना आपके है?
Yes. Yes, she has also joined, and she is present since 11 a.m. Yes. She is also co-author with us.
Right, sir. Right. Go ahead. For your results, you can go for directly the results.
Yeah. And the main context of my paper is to show Lacunary sequence spaces generalizations in connection with Orlick's functions and difference sequences. And that at the last main result in this section, we discuss some spaces that are generalizations of Lacunary sequence spaces in respect of Orlick's functions, the difference sequence, and I-convergent sequence as well. These three are the our main result, in which you can see L stands for Lacunary sequence, M stands for Orlick functions, and delta stands for difference, and AB are some sequences and some constants, some variables. And on the basis of that, means these connections made one common space, which is a generalization of Lacunary sequence spaces in combination with Orlick's functions, different sequences, etc. And one another is a sequence that I-convergent sequence. The I-convergent sequence have also been defined in this context. And this is also a generalization of Lacunary sequence space. And this is also a sequence space, and then references. And anything, if you desire, I can define, or later if you contact, I could provide.
Okay, sir. Thank you. 1 minute.
Okay.
Sir, Zahid, you done good work in the sequence spaces. Actually,
Yes.
in the sequence spaces, this can be extended to some inner, because it is majorly in the Banach space results. In the other
Yes.
spaces, and it similar to Banach space structure only, but it can be extended to the semi-inner product space in the Hilbert space structure.
Yes. You say Hilbert space, that requires inner product space. And if we can define inner product space in these spaces, then that could be possible. For that, I will have to provide one operation, that is inner product space.
No, why I am telling this can be extended to the spectral analysis.
A spectral analysis.
That's why, because I worked on in the spectral theory of the Banach space structure things to extended to in the semi-inner product spaces. This sequence space is a some of the connectivity between the Banach space and the Hilbert. Please try the next.
Yes.
Only
What are
suggestion.
you saying? That is also a suggestion for me and
Yes.
idea for me. And
Because you are
I haven't did it, but I could do something in that.
Yes.
And thanks to you for giving me such idea.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Only thing is you can extend it from this space sequence space to Banach space and Banach space to Hilbert space.
This is simple and very obvious knowledge for us.
Definitely, obviously, very good publications are outcome, right?
Yes.
Sir, are you asking any questions?
Thank you, sir, for the wonderful presentation. I had just one question: that whether the lacunary mean ever they stabilize, and if yes, then under what conditions do they stabilize?
Stabilize means I will have to study its theory of stability. That I haven't done till this because that could be in part of applied mathematics, and I haven't studied about it.
Like my question was for any boundary conditions. So have you studied about any specific boundary conditions?
No, I haven't studied about boundary conditions, but in future I can.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Okay, any more? Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much
to
to
the
Dr.
organizer.
For a very nice informative presentation. Thanks a lot.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so now is the time for lunch break, and we can again be back after 30 minutes. We'll begin.
Yeah.
Hello. So please minimize the screen. Thank you.
Doctor, this is our colleague, Dr. Rishi Bhardwaj from Physics Department.
Hello, doctor. How
Good
are you?
afternoon. Good
Yeah,
afternoon, doctor.
Yes, good afternoon.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
என்ன ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணவே இல்லை இப்போ அப்புறம் கூப்பிட்றேன் பண்ணுறப்போ வேண்டாம்.
Good afternoon, Doctor. Hello, Dr. Kumar. The session chair is here. So soon we shall be able to start with your talk.
Yes, sure.
Good afternoon, respected chairperson of the session, distinguished speakers, eminent researchers, faculty members, dear scholars, and all the participants present here. It is my great pleasure to welcome all of you to the technical session 2 of Platform 2, which includes keynote speakers, lectures, and presentations by research scholars as a part of this prestigious international conference. Myself, Dr. Rishi Bharadwaj. We are honored to conduct this session here at room C11. Today's session will showcase insightful research contributions from scholars and experts representing diverse areas of mathematics, physics, chemistry, and environmental sciences. Now, I would like to introduce my colleague, Dr. Dheeraj Singh Chauhan.
So for this session, we are privileged to have Dr. Milan Haidt as the session chair, and from CV Raman University, Bilaspur, and Dr. O.P. Tripathi from the Department of Physics, AKS University, will be the coordinator for this session. And we shall be beginning this session with the talk of Dr. Arumugam Madan Kumar from King Fahd University of Petroleum and Minerals, Dhahran, Saudi Arabia. So Dr. A. Madan Kumar is currently serving as a senior research scientist at the Interdisciplinary Research Center for Advanced Materials, King Fahd University of Petroleum and Minerals, KFUPM, Saudi Arabia. He obtained his PhD in chemistry from Anna University, India in 2012. During his doctoral research, he worked as a junior researcher at the National Institute for Material Science, NIMS, Japan for 2 years. Subsequently, he completed a postdoctoral fellowship at Seoul National University, South Korea. Dr. Madan Kumar's current research focuses on the anti-corrosion coatings for diverse applications. He possesses extensive expertise in conducting polymers, epoxy-based coating formulations, and their applications in corrosion protection strategies. He has authored over 150 research articles in reputed international journals, along with several book chapters, conference presentations, and US granted patents to his credit. So over to Dr. Kumar.
Good afternoon, everyone. Am I audible?
Yes, doctor, we can hear you.
Yes, thank you. And thank you, Dr. Dheeraj, for introducing me. And first of all, I would like to express my sincere thanks to the conference organizers for giving me the wonderful opportunity to talk about my research work titled Advanced Multifunctional Fusion Bonded Epoxy Coatings for Enhanced Durability of Steel Structures in Marine Environment. This presentation includes the following subheadings. And first of all, I would like to give you a short introduction about fusion bonded epoxy coatings. Actually, these fusion bonded epoxy FBE coatings are the kind of thermosetting epoxy powder resins, and which can be used to protect mainly steel transmission pipelines, as well some various metallic materials in different aggressive environment like marine and industrial and open atmospheric conditions. It can be used as a single alone coating, or sometimes it can be a part of multi-layer coatings. So the main advantage of using these fusion bonded epoxy coatings, we can able to control the resultant properties based on the end user applications. And as well, you know, when you have this epoxy resin and amine hardener, and when you mix together, usually in liquid epoxy coatings, it can immediately cure, meaning that it can react together and form a epoxy coating. But in this case, in terms of powder coating, whenever we mix epoxy resin and amine hardener as a powder form, even if it is mixed condition, but it cannot react together, the reaction can take place only at high temperature for about 200 to 250 degrees Celsius. And you know, actually, when you look at the protective coatings market worldwide, this epoxy, particularly fusion bonded epoxy coating, it can attain around more than 60% of the market share, mainly because of the following advantages. Compared to liquid epoxy coatings, these fusion bonded epoxy coatings are comparatively eco-friendly because we are not using any volatile organic compound like liquid epoxy coatings. Along with that, it is having really high chemical and corrosion resistant. As well, it is having really enhanced mechanical and thermal stability. As well, if you coat this FB on various metallic structures, we can observe really great adhesion towards different metallic materials. Though it is having plenty of advantages, still it is having some limitations, like the application process is somewhat complex. As well, it is having low abrasion resistance. As well, if you look at that, the UV resistant, it is having really less in performance. So today presentation, I mainly talk about these low UV resistant characteristics of these fusion bonded epoxy coatings, and how do we overcome using some additives. So first, let's talk about how we can perform these fusion bonded epoxy coatings deposition over the different metallic materials. Actually, there are two ways. The first way, it is electrostatic spray gun. The other way, it is electrolyzed fluid bed method. Usually, the earlier one is not much used in industry, so we focus on the first category, like electrostatic spray gun. In this category, in this category, usually the metallic substrate which is in a hot condition and grounded, which can be act as a positive electrode. And we have a electrostatic spray gun in which it can spray the powder particles towards the hot metallic substrate. When it is moving towards this electrostatic spray gun, it can experience some negative voltage so that it can absorb over the metallic substrate. The metallic substrate which is in a hot condition, so curing takes place and it can form a thin fusion bonded epoxy film. So these are the main stages involved in preparing FBE coatings over metallic substrate. The first method, we need to go for a cleaning using fast blown water. As well, we can go for abrasive blasting so that we can make a surface roughness of about 50 to 100 micron to increase the adhesion strength. As well, we can go for some kind of chemical treatment like a phosphate and chromate pre-treatment. It can be used to initiate some good adhesion towards the metallic substrate. As well, the next stage, it needs to be heated. Usually, we go for 200 to 250 degrees Celsius of heating that metallic substrate. Then under this spray booth, we spray the FBE powder over this hot metallic component, and then it can be followed by curing and quenching with the water. Then finally, we check the thickness. Usually, it should be around 300 to 450 degrees Celsius, 450 degree, micrometer. So in that case, we can able to change the thickness of the resultant coating using different parameters which we can optimize during the spray. As well, after checking the thickness, we usually go for the visual inspection. As well, we can check the holiday. Is there any pores and crack over the coating surface? And before we move on how to improve the UV resistant properties of this epoxy coating, first we should know the chemistry behind this epoxy coating. And whenever you say epoxy, it is coming under two parts, like one is a resin and another one is a hardener. So here, the resin particularly, it can be classified into different categories like bisphenol A, bisphenol F, and bisphenol novalac epoxy. And it's mainly based on the reaction between bisphenol A and two molecules of epichlorohydrin. In presence of sodium hydroxide, it can form a DGEPA. So this A, it is mainly coming from what? Whether it is prepared from acetone or formaldehyde. Based on the precursors, we can classify the epoxy resins into three categories, like bisphenol A, which is coming from acetone, and bisphenol F, which is coming from what? That formaldehyde. As well, when it is having a more amount of phenolic resins over the precursors, we can call it as a phenol novalac resins. So how do we select the proper resin, whether bisphenol A, F, or novalac epoxy? It is all based on the end user applications. For instance, if you need to develop some fusion bonded epoxy coating which can serve in high temperature applications, we need to take novalac epoxy. At the same time, when you need some low viscous, we can go for bisphenol A. And also, compared to the price range, bisphenol A is cheaper than bisphenol F, and bisphenol F is cheaper than Novolac epoxy. And it's all, the property is mainly based on the functionality, whether it is having low functionality or high functionality. Functionality in the sense it is like a number of functional group present in the epoxy, how it can go for cross-linking reaction with the amines. So after selecting the proper epoxy content like bisphenol A, F or Novolac, we need to go for the different, we have some alternative additional epoxy resins like cycloaliphatic and tri-functional epoxy resin and tetra-functional epoxy resin. And when we want to develop completely eco-friendly material, we can go for some bio-based resins also, which are little bit expensive compared to the commercial one. And after having the proper epoxy resin, we need to identify the proper curing agent, because the curing agent, these are the chemicals which can cause the cross-linking reaction so that it can form a good network. So in terms of curing agent, we have a different kind of curing agent called aliphatic polyamines and polyamine addict, and aromatic amines and ketamine and cycloaliphatic amine. Here also, when you want to select the proper one, it's all based on the resultant property we want. So for example, if you want to develop acid like chemical resistant material, we need to go for either aromatic amines or cycloaliphatic amines. In the same case, when you want to develop film with a good flexibility, we need to go for the ketamines. So it's all based on the what property we want to acquire from the material. So based on that, we can select different curing agents. So after selecting the curing agents, the next step is to have a proper ratio between them, whether it is 1:1 or 1:2 or 1:3. It's all based on the epoxy equivalent number as well amine hydrogen equivalent number from curing agent. So when you increase the epoxy content to the curing agent, you can able to increase port life, acid resistance, humidity and corrosion. At the same time, when you want to increase the curing agent related to epoxy, you can increase the cure rate and glassy appearance and adhesion and solvents and strains. So based on the end user applications, we can select the different ratio between the epoxy and the curing agents. So after selecting the proper epoxy resins and hardener, the next step is to formulate them, because we cannot straight away use the pure FBE coating because it cannot satisfy the real-time application. So in that case, what we do, we need to add some kind of additives. So additive that can import some specific functions like pigments, extenders and fillers and UV absorbers as well, particularly for this electrostatic spray. In many cases, we are having some difficulties related to the attachment of powder particles towards the hard metallic substrate. To increase that, we use some kind of electrostatic attractive fillers. And even though we are having plenty of formulations of FBE coating, still it is experiencing some problems related to the swelling because of the moisture entering and some peeling off, surface peeling off because of the poor surface preparation, and orange peel as well. When you expose into sunlight, it is experiencing UV degradation as well. When you connect this fusion bonded epoxy coated steel along with the cathodic production, because of the electricity here, it can cause some defect over the FBE surface. As well, when you are using in some mechanical environment, it can cause some abrasion, it can cause some scratches over the FBE surface. So here in this presentation, as I said earlier, we mainly focus on the UV degradation of FBE coatings when it is openly keep it in the atmospheric environment. So herein, what is happening exactly? For example, if you look at this picture, this is a coated FBE coated pipeline before exposure. But imagine after exposure, it is having really damage because of the UV photo degradation, right? So first we should know what is mean by UV degradation. So whenever sunlight fall on the polymer or here FBE coating surface, what's happening there? That UV light from the sun rays, it can be absorbed by the chemical component called chromopause. So So particularly this aromatic compound are the main chromophores that can absorb the UV light and can undergo some photo degradation that can mainly form some kind of free functional groups. And because of that, there is a defect on the structural and molecular changes that can lead to physical and mechanical deterioration. So herein, how to overcome those problem related to UV degradation. So herein, there are two different approaches we use. It is called UV absorbers and hindered amine stabilizers. Both of them, they can able to increase the UV degradation or UV resistant behavior of the polymers or epoxy coatings here. So both of them are doing the same job, but by in a different way. For example, in terms of UV absorber, it can convert UV light into heat. But in terms of hindered amine stabilizers, it can scavenge the free radical and to stop the degradation cycle. So in our research, what we plan, we can able to take both together and form one nanocomposites, and that can be incorporated into FBE coating to increase the UV resistant behavior. So this is a short experimental matrix in which we use the fusion bonded epoxy powder along with preparing TiO2 particles and hindered amine stabilizer nanocomposite between them, and we coated over the carbon steel substrate using electrostatic spray method. After that, it is subjected to electrochemical corrosion testing using electrochemical impedance spectroscopy and potentiometric polarization measurement in 3.5% sodium chloride solution for the period of 30 days. As well, to access the UV resistant property, we keep the samples into the atmospheric chamber. There we can irradiate the UV radiation for about 1000 hours based on the ASTM standard. So from now, I would like to give you the results which I have obtained from this present research. So initially, once we synthesize TiO2, actually we synthesize TiO2 through Sol-Gel method, and then we incorporate that halls, hindered amine stabilizers, usually derivatives of benzodiazole. So we incorporated the TiO2 inside that benzodiazole molecules, and we cover it with the TiO2 here. So in that case, we prepared some composite, and when we compare the SEM image of a TiO2 and nanocomposite, we can able to get some increase in the size of the nanocomposites. As well, we would like to identify how it changes in terms of the transmission, the TEM images. So here the size, it's about 50 to 100 nanometer, and after having that, we can able to preserve the same crystalline nature of the TiO2 particles. After incorporating this TiO2 nanocomposite into FBE coating, we have subjected the coatings for optical propylometric studies to find out the information about the surface roughness. From the result, we found that compared to pure FBE, we can able to have increased surface roughness when we incorporate nanocomposite into FBE film. And we have subjected all the coatings for SEM analysis, and we found that there is no crack, there is no pores over the surface, and also from our studies, we found that the thickness range is around 100 micron. As well, we want to confirm the incorporation of TiO2 nanocomposite inside the FBE films, so that we have done FTIR studies. Then from the obtained studies, we can able to predict the TiO2 as well that benzodiazole which we added into the FBE coating, which is present over there. And we also found that there is a small shift of band, but there is no new band formed. So meaning that we can get only the hydrogen bonding interaction between the TiO2 nanocomposite and the epoxy matrix here. And after that, we would like to confirm whether when we add nanocomposite, we are not compromising the adhesion behavior. And interestingly, we found that for pure FBE, we received around 10 megapascal, but at the same time, when we incorporate nanocomposite, we received around 15 megapascal. So in that case, we didn't compromise the adhesion when we incorporate these nanocomposite particles inside the FBE matrix. As well, we would like to evaluate whether the adding this can influence the surface wettability or not. So we have done contact angle studies, and we found that when we add this nano composite, it is a little bit increased towards the higher side, higher water contact angle. We received around 120. It is hydrophobic in nature. And we have subjected our coating to expose for about 30 days of immersion in 3.5% sodium chloride. And during that time, we have analyzed the EIS test. So from the analysis, we found that from the day 1 to day 30, that fusion bonded epoxy coating along with the nano composite experience really a high impedance at 1 millihertz. So when you look at here, it's a pure epoxy. It is experiencing around 10 power 6, but still, and fusion bonded epoxy with the nano composite, it can experience 10 power 8. It is, I can say, 2 order magnitude of difference in the impedance value. As well, after 30 days of immersion, we have done PDP analysis, and from the result, we found that compared to pure epoxy, the epoxy with nano composite exhibit really noble ECOR shift, as well the reduction in the corrosion current density. And finally, we exposed our samples into the cyclic atmospheric chamber using this ASTM standard G15423 for about 1,000 hours. You can able to see pure fusion bonded epoxy coating. It can form some yellowing, as well it can able to see some crack when it is experienced microscopic evaluation. But at the same time, nano composite coatings, there is no crack and there is no big yellowing noticed. And we compare this result with the commercial coating. Even commercial coating, if you can able to see some before and after exposure, there is a color change. But here we didn't find any color change, though it is in a white color. So now I'm stepping into the conclusion. So we have successfully prepared Hall's TiO2 nano composite, and we incorporate this into FBE coating, and we have confirmed using structural and surface analysis, and as well we have achieved some good adhesion and good surface wettability, and we have achieved some good corrosion resistance, like improved corrosion resistance for about 2 order magnitude as well, and we can able to get some improved UV resistant behavior because of the addition of Hall's TiO2 nano composites. In the next step, so far we have done all the research only in the lab scale. In the next phase, we are planning to keep those materials into a real environment like marine and industry and open environment, and we are going to evaluate the UV resistant behavior. And I would like to greatly acknowledge IRC Advanced Material KFPM for providing the facility for the research. And thank you so much for your attention. I'm open for the questions.
Hello.
Yes.
Hello.
Yes, doctor.
Yes. Nice presentation, sir. I have some question.
Yes, please.
Is your material environmental viable?
What I said, when I compare the liquid epoxy coating,
yes,
fusion bonded epoxy coatings are comparatively eco-friendly. But since we are using epoxy and hardener, it is not completely eco-friendly material. So when I want to develop completely eco-friendly material, I need to select some bio-based epoxy resins.
Yes, definitely. Another question.
Yes.
Have you calculated the cost effectiveness of your product?
Yes. So far, I have not done the cost effectiveness, but since this project is related to industry, we have carefully selected the least expensive material. For example, in TiO2, it is normally used in coating to import white color, right? White pigments. As well, the benzodiazole derivatives, it is already used as inhibitors in the field. So, up to my understanding, it is cheaper one.
After how many days that epoxy resin degrade?
1,000 hours of UV exposure.
Okay. Means after
other one thing, I can tell you in my research, like we go with the thin epoxy, like 100 micrometer. But actually, in the field, they usually use more than 500 micron.
After coating, that materials become solid. Okay.
Yes.
How many days? After how many days that material remove from the metal surface?
Usually we don't remove because usually the coatings which we are using now, it can go up to 20 years. We don't remove it, and
No, no,
only
no,
when we find some crack
no,
and when
no,
it
no.
is failure.
I'm not asking that. After certain time period, that coating will be removed out of eco-friendly mode.
Definitely. Thank you.
Hello, doctor. Thank you for the wonderful presentation. I had just a small question. Like you mentioned, the durability of the product is like 1,000 hours.
Yes.
So what can be done to increase the durability of the product and maintaining it as eco-friendly?
Great. And to maintain it eco-friendly, my opinion, we need to go for the selection of bio-based epoxy resin. But the current problem, when you go for bio-based epoxy resin, it is little bit expensive than the commercial one I have used. And other one thing, to improve the UV resistant performance, and so far I have done only in the lab scale for about 1,000 hours. As well, I go with the thin films. And whenever we go for commercial applications, as I said earlier, we need to go up to 500 micron. And so far I have used only 100 micron. So I can increase the thickness so that I can able to increase the life of the resultant coating as well. And still there are a lot of opportunity to play with the coating through formulating some additives. So this is the first stage of this project, and the next step, we plan to go for a multi-layer films. Like I can keep one primary layer, intermediate layer, and top layer. So like that I'm planning. Top layer, it should have a good UV resistant behavior, and the primary layer, it should have a higher corrosion resistant behavior. And the intermediate layer should bring some kind of compatibility between the primary and the top. So in the next phase, we are going to have like multi-layer FBE films, and then we can able to increase the life expectancy of the resultant coating systems.
Okay, so you mentioned that you are using thin films in your lab. So any special reason for using thin films? Why not use like thick films? As you mentioned,
Exactly.
500 microns in commercial use. So why don't you use 500 micrometers? Thank you.
Yes, yes. Actually, when you want to electrochemically evaluate your coating using electrochemical impedance spectroscopy, if you go beyond 200 or 250 micron, you cannot get any response from the electrochemical potentiostat. So to have that response, we need to go with less thickness coating, and so that we can easily experience or easily evaluate our coatings in terms of electrochemical nature. That is the first step. The other one thing, like if you get some good performance even in thin films, you can able to get more on high thick films, right? That's my concern.
So thick films, they reduce the effectiveness of the epoxy resin, right?
Yes. Yes.
Thank you, doctor.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kumar, for a very wonderful and informative presentation. And we are honored to have you at our conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Dheeraj. It's my pleasure to give you the talk.
Thanks, Doctor.
Thank you.
Or minute and 10 minutes खाना खाओगे 45 10 10
हेलो बोलो.
Good afternoon, all of you.
Good afternoon, Dr. Rinki Yadav. Please begin your presentation.
My presentation डॉक्टर जाहिद आलम सर के द्वारा प्रेजेंट कर दिया गया है. जो टॉपिक है ऑन जनरलाइजेशन ऑफ लिखनारी सीक्वेंस स्पेस.
हाँ मैडम, आप स्टार्ट कर सकती हैं टॉक अपना स्क्रीन.
लिखनारी सीक्वेंस.
यस, आप हम सुन पा रहे हैं आपको. आप स्क्रीन शेयर कर सकती हैं अपना. आप स्टार्ट करिए प्लीज.
Linear sequence space NX of linear strongly convergent sequence X equal to X, where first described by Air Friedman et al. In 1978 by defining strongly convergent sequence and its generalization were studied by several mathematicians. Present study start with the concept of different sequence space as an extension of sequence space, and they have discussed with the definition of Ehrlich functions along with the constitution of Ehrlich sequence space that further behave like a branch space after inducting the suitable form on it. Later be introduced about double sequence space on the base of an normed space. The main context of this study is to discuss the generalization of the concept of linear sequence space in respect of Ehrlich functions. The generalization of linear sequence space on the ground of double sequence space as linear double sequence space, and finally discuss the study of generalization of linear sequence space on the base of different sequence space. A linear double sequence space can also be defined with the sequence of Ehrlich functions over n normed space. We discuss here some context place and their correlative properties. Thank you.
यस मैडम, आपका कंप्लीट हो गया प्रेजेंटेशन.
Yes, sir.
Okay, any question from audience? Okay, thank you very much, madam.
Thank you.
Who is next?
Sir, am I audible?
Yes, Atifa Hasib. You are very
Yes,
much
sir.
audible. Please, you can begin your presentation.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
नहीं, उसी सीक्वेंस में है सब लोग. अब जो भी पहले आ जाए. हाँ, टिक लगा रहा हूँ. Okay, Atifa Hasib, please begin your presentation. Please, can you share the screen?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm sharing.
In this time.
Is it visible now, sir? Is it visible? Hello.
No, it is not visible right now. Please share the screen.
Is it visible?
Yeah, we can see you, but not the screen.
Please share your screen.
I don't know, sir. Why is showing can't just. Yes, sir. I'm sharing. I don't know what is happening.
Yes, yes. Just click
Is
on.
it now visible?
Now visible.
Okay. Can I start? Okay, sir. Good
Present.
afternoon,
Present
caller.
now. Present
Department
now.
of Zoology, SS Khanna Girls College. Okay, sir. Good afternoon. The
Screen is
title
not.
of my
Your screen is
presentation
not
is
visible.
Neuronal.
Please share your screen. Screen is not visible. Please share your screen.
Yes, sir.
Hello, please minimize. Atifa, please minimize your screen. Can you hear me? Atifa, can you hear me? Yeah, please. Oh, okay. This is the share screen option. So
Share screen.
please
Click on. Click on.
Click on that one. Okay.
No, no.
So bottom may you have that share screen option. So please click on that and share your screen. Are you on phone?
Unmute yourself.
Yes. So I think you should be able to share the screen now. Yes, we can see the screen. Yes, please start the presentation. Please click the slideshow. Yes.
आतिफा आपकी स्लाइड्स हम देख पा रहे हैं, प्लीज आप बोलना स्टार्ट करिए।
नो नो
माइक नहीं है सर। आतिफा प्लीज माइक को अनम्यूट करिए। आतिफा हसीब अंसारी आप सुन पा रही हैं? Next speaker.
Sir, shall I present?
Yes, Mamoni.
Sir, shall I
Yes, you can
present
please
now?
share the screen.
Okay, sir. Sir, is my screen visible?
Yes, your screen is visible.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Dr. Mamani Fatandi. Today, I am going to present on the topic entitled Input Feedback-Based Column Regularization and Index Reduction of Descriptive Systems. This is the outline of my presentation. The general form of a linear time invariant descriptor system is represented by system 1. Here x is the state vector that is used to describe the state and position of the system at any time t. U is the control input and y is the output vector that can be measured. Here the system matrices E, A, B and C are known and constant matrices of appropriate dimensions. If in system 1 m equals to n, that is the number of rows of the matrix E is equal to its number of columns, then system 1 is called a square descriptor system, otherwise it is called a rectangular descriptor system. If in system 1 m equals to n, that is the system is square and determinant of the matrix pencil lambda e minus a is not identically 0, then we say that system 1 is a regular descriptor system. If in system 1 rank of the matrix pencil lambda e minus a is equal to n, that is the number of columns of the matrix E, then we say that system 1 is column regular. In case of a descriptor system, the matrix E is usually a singular matrix. Therefore, system 1A becomes a linear combination of differential and algebraic equations. That is why descriptor systems are also known as differential algebraic equations and singular systems. For convenience, system 1A will be referred to as the matrix triple EAB, and when U is identically 0, system 1A will be referred to as the matrix pair EA. Descriptor systems arise in many practical systems. For a better understanding, here we consider the example of a one-loop electric circuit. Here R stands for the resistor, L for the inductor, and C naught for the capacitor. I is the current flowing over the circuit, and Vs is the source voltage. Now, using basic circuit theory and Kirchhoff's voltage law, the system dynamics is modeled as equation 2. Now, choosing the state vector appropriately, we can transform this system 2 in the form of descriptor system 1 with where the system coefficient matrices E, A, B, and C are given here. These are some mathematical preliminaries. Canonical form is one of the important tools in analyzing the behavior and many system properties of descriptor systems. According to proposition 1, for any matrix pencil lambda e minus a, we can find two invertible matrices U and V such that the matrix pencil can be written in the form of 3. Here, 0 delta cross delta dash is a 0 matrix of appropriate dimensions. The matrices E eta and A eta are of full column ranks. I rho and I sigma are identity matrices of order rho and sigma respectively. 0 is a matrix in Jordan canonical form, and N sigma is a nilpotent matrix of index nu. The matrices E epsilon and A epsilon are of full row ranks. Now, using canonical form and a suitable system transformation, system 1 is decoupled into the subsystems 4A to 4E. After analysis, it has been found that subsystem 4A either has an infinite number of solutions or no solution. System 4B either admits a unique solution or has no solution at all. The solution of system 4C is unique and is given by the expression 5. Subsystem 5D also admits a unique solution, and its expression is represented by 6. Here we can see that the solution expression 6 contains the derivatives of the control input U up to the nu minus 1 order. Therefore, nu minus 1 order. Therefore, if the provided input vector is not sufficiently differentiable, then it may introduce impulsive behavior in the system response. Again, this subsystem 4E always has an infinite number of solutions. Henceforward, by index of a descriptor system, we will mean the nilpotency index of the nilpotent matrix and sigma. In this study, we considered the system 7. Here E, A, B, and B are known and constant system matrices. X is the state vector, U is the control input, and it is assumed that the matrix rank of the matrix E is R. We proposed a control law 8. Here K is the input feedback matrix of appropriate dimensions, and W is another control input. After introducing control law 8 into the system 7, it transforms into the closed loop 9. Now our objective is to derive necessary and sufficient condition so that a feedback matrix K can be designed such that the closed loop system 9 is column regular and has an index at most 2. A column regular system with index at most 2 guarantees the existence of a unique and impulse-free solution for some consistent initial conditions, provided the control input U is sufficient, at least once differentiable. To derive our result, at first we perform system decomposition on the matrix triple EAB using two orthogonal matrices Q and P. Here sigma R is a non-singular diagonal matrix of rank R, and the matrix A, augmented matrix A for V2, is of full row rank. We can see the proof here. Now theorem 3 establishes our main result, providing us the inequality 11 as the necessary and sufficient conditions for the existence of a feedback matrix K, such that our resulting closed loop pair E A plus BK is column regular and has an index at most 2. So when this condition 11 is satisfied by our matrix triple EAB, then algorithm A provides us the designing steps for the matrix K to hold equation 12. Here we have considered an example of a descriptor system 7 with, where the system matrices are given by 13. After checking, it has been found that the matrix pair EA is column regular and has an index 3. And system 13 satisfies our derived condition 11. Therefore, as per algorithm A, we can design a feedback matrix K such that the closed loop is column regular and has an index at most 2. So we have designed this matrix K. And when we check the index of the matrix pair EA plus BK, it is found that it is column regular and it has an index 2. This fulfills our objective and supports our theory. These are the references. Thank you.
Thank you for the wonderful presentation. And if anybody has questions, feel free.
Okay, so thank you very much for the very nice presentation, and thanks a lot for your time.
Thank you.
Thanks.
So, shall I stop presenting?
Yes, you can please stop sharing the screen.
Okay.
Next, who's next?
Sir, am I
Yes,
not
Atifa Hassan.
audible? Yes, sir.
Yes,
okay,
we can
I'm sharing.
hear you. Please share your screen.
Okay. Sir, is it visible now?
No, we cannot see the screen.
At the bottom, there is a share screen option.
Yes,
So
sir.
please go down, please scroll down at the bottom, and there is a share screen option. Please click on that.
Is it visible?
No.
Is it visible now, sir? Okay,
No, it is not visible.
Okay, Atifa, I suggest can you please wait so we can just
yes,
go
sir.
on with others. Then we'll again include you.
Okay, sir.
Thank you very much.
Sir, I'm sharing my PPT on WhatsApp. Can you share and I represent that? I'm not. I don't know what is happening in my
Yeah, okay.
laptop.
Okay.
Okay, okay, okay.
हाँ ये सब है सर हाँ सब है Okay, who's next?
Sir, may I
Yes, Pooja
present
Gupta,
next?
please, you can start.
May I?
Yeah, Lakshmi Singh, you can please wait. After Pooja Gupta, you can join.
Okay, sir.
Pooja Gupta, please, I request you to share the screen.
Sir, is my screen visible?
No, no. Yes, now we can see the screen.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for giving me the opportunity to present my work here. I'm Pooja Gupta, a research scholar in the Department of Mathematics, NIT Jamshedpur. And today I will talk about my research on pure projective dimension in commutative rings. This work lies under the area of commutative algebra and module theory. These will be outline of my presentation today. So first of all, I would like to talk about the motivation to do this study. So when we study module theory, we come across various types of modules, and one of the classical module is projective module, and pure projective modules are considered as generalization of these modules. And pure projective dimension is a very important concept in module theory, which measures homological complexity. But it's not sufficient to detect purity, and hence the need of pure projective dimension came into picture. And various mathematicians and authors previously have studied this concept. And in this work, I have analyzed and studied them more and tried to find some fundamental results based on projective dimension, and tried to relate this concept with other homological dimensions as well. Objective of the main objectives of this work are: first, to study the concept of pure projective dimension for modules over commutative rings, and then establish some fundamental results by comparing pure projective dimension with classical projective dimension, and studying its characterization over different rings as well. Before proceeding to main results, I would like to recall some basic terminologies used in this work. First is pure exact sequence. A short exact sequence, we will say this sequence, which is denoted like this: 0 to A to B to C to 0. This is a short exact sequence, and we will say this short exact sequence is pure exact if for any other R module X, when we tensor this exact sequence with X and the resulting sequence is also exact, then we say this earlier taken sequence is pure exact sequence. The next definition is pure projective module. A module is called pure projective if it remains projective with respect to a pure exact sequence. Another way to define this is a module can be said pure projective if it is a direct sum of finitely presented modules. For example, over ring of integers, we can take z by nz is an example of pure projective module. Pure projective resolution. For pure projective resolution, there is a complex, and if in this complex these all m naught, mn minus 1, mn, that is all mi's are pure projective, then this resolution is called pure projective resolution, and also then this m is called pure projective module. And pure projective dimension. Pure projective dimension is defined as minimum length of a pure projective resolution of M. For example, in this definition, suppose this complex terminates at Mn, then the minimum length of this resolution will be N. So the pure projective dimension of M will be N here. The next is pure global dimension. Pure global dimension is defined for a ring. A ring for which first we will find pure projective dimension of all modules, and then take the supremum of all pure projective dimension. That supremum is known as pure global dimension for that ring. Now coming to our main results, the first result is very fundamental, which is about existence of pure projective resolution. The statement is every R module M has a pure projective resolution. To prove this, we have used basic concept. First, we have considered an R module M and chose a finitely presented module M naught, then defined a surjective map from M naught to M. And from its kernel K naught, we can construct an exact sequence in this form. And then we choose another finitely presented module. FP represents finitely presented modules, and in some slides you may see PP, which represents pure projective modules. We have abbreviated those terms for the sake of brevity. So choosing another finitely presented module M1 and taking another surjection F1 from M1 to K naught with kernel K1, that gives rise to another exact sequence, this. And we keep continue doing this process, and then we get a collection of exact sequences in this form. And after getting this collection, I have defined a composition map Dn, which is composition between Fn and Gn minus 1. And after defining this composition, we can observe a sequence of this form, which is nothing but a pure projective resolution of M. Since every M naught, M1, which we have taken earlier, they are finitely presented and hence pure projective. So from a definition of pure projective resolution, this is a pure projective resolution of M. This proof can be seen from this commutative diagram as well. This is the first exact sequence we constructed. Then this one is another exact sequence. Then this one is next, and so on. So first we got this collection of exact sequences. Then we defined a composition map Dn, which is like this, and this gives rise to this pure projective resolution. This complex is nothing but pure projective resolution for M. So from here we can say that there always exists a pure projective resolution for a module. The next result is an R module M is pure projective if and only if its pure projective dimension is 0. So to prove this, first we have considered that its pure projective dimension is 0, and since it is 0, we can get a pure projective resolution of length 0 in this form. And here from the definition of exact sequences, M will be isomorphic to K naught, and which will imply M is pure projective since K naught is pure projective.
Excuse me, Pooja, please interrupt
And
me. Hello? Sorry.
yes, sir.
In 5 minutes.
Yes, sir, sure. For the converse part, we have considered M is a pure projective module, and as we shown in our first result that every module has a pure projective resolution. So we can get a pure projective resolution in this form, considering its kernel as M itself. So from here we can see the length of this resolution is nothing but 0. So this proves our result that a module is pure projective if and only if its pure projective dimension is 0. Since the next result is about some bound of pure projective dimension, and also we can see relation between pure projective dimension, projective dimension. Since because of the shortage of time, I have not added the proof of these results here. I have only included the statements of the results we have obtained. So the statement is M be a module over commutative ring R, then its pure projective dimension is bounded by projective dimension. We have proved this result. Another result we proved, which relates uh, it with full dimension. This is over semi-simple ring. We considered R a semi-simple ring, then its full dimension is same as its pure global dimension, and they are equal to 0. The next result is a very interesting one, which shows that there exists infinite pure projective resolution as well. And in that case, the projective dimension is bounded, but we get infinite pure projective resolution. This is over non-coherent valuation ring. This happens only over non-coherent valuation rings. So we proved this result here. And another proposition we have proved is we have studied pure projective module over local ring. We saw that a pure projective module over a local ring is finitely presented, but this statement is not true in general. And to show this, we have given an example by considering a ring which is a local ring localized at a prime ideal generated by 2, and we constructed this exact sequence here, and here we can see that M is not finitely generated, which implies R by M is not finitely presented. So over local ring, a pure projective module need not to be finitely presented. So conclusion of this work is that pure projective dimension refines classical homological dimension, and as we showed, they always exist for modules and they behave well under comparison with projective dimension, and they exhibit some interesting behavior over local rings and non-coherent valuation rings as seen in last two results. These are some references of my work. Thank you.
Thank you, Pooja Gupta.
Sir, is there any question, sir? Sir, is there any question?
Hello. Hello.
Yes, yes, sir. Is there any question, or may I leave?
पूजा पूजा
Yes,
गुप्ता
sir.
जी का बहुत बढ़िया रहा प्रेजेंटेशन, और डेली लाइफ
Thank you, sir.
हम लोग ऐसा करें कि कुछ ऐसे रिसर्च करें जो कि डेली लाइफ का यूज हो, है ना?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
हाँ, और आप रिसर्च कर रही हैं, ठीक करें, बहुत अच्छा टॉपिक आपका है और प्रेजेंटेशन का।
Thank you, sir.
थैंक्स। हेलो हेलो
Thank you so much, sir.
हेलो हेलो
Yes, sir.
हेलो
Sir, should I start? Hello.
Hello. Hello.
Yes, sir. Hello. Sir, should I start? Yes, sir. Sir, my screen is visible to you? Good evening, respected chairperson, all the professors and all the research fellowship. Myself, Lakshmi Singh from the Department of Mathematical Science, AKS University, Riva. Working under the guidance of Professor Dr. Shravan Kumar Pandey, sir. Today I am here to present my work, Rigidity and the Classification of Curvature Constraint Geometric Structure. In this presentation, I will discuss how curvature condition influence the geometric structure of semi-Riemannian manifold and lead to important rigidity and the classification of result. These are the outlines of my paper presentation. Now coming to the abstract, curvature play a central role in understanding the geometry of differential manifold. In this work, we study semi-Riemannian manifold under certain curvature constraint. Our main focus is on Einstein type manifold, Ricci-Salaton, pseudo-symmetry space, warped product structure. These curvature restrict impose strong condition on the geometric of manifold and often lead to rigid phenomena, meaning the manifold structure become highly restricted. We also analyze how curvature identity influence the classification of geometric structure in both Riemannian and Lagrangian geometry. Coming to the introduction, the concept of curvature is fundamental in differential geometry. Curvature tensors such as Riemannian curvature tensor, Zicki tensor, scalar curvature, describing the geometry of a manifold. When special conditions are imposed on these tensors, they often produce rigidity result and classification of theorem. In this work, we investigate curvature constraint geometry, geometric structure and their role in the classification of semi-Riemannian manifold. Here are some concepts. Let M and G be a n-dimensional semi-Riemannian manifold with Lebesgue connection nabla. Type the Riemannian curvature tensor R is defined by R of xyz equal to nabla x nabla y over z minus nabla y nabla x of z minus nabla of xyz of for all the vector field xyz belong to tangent bundle. The Ricci tensor S and scalar curvature R are defined by respectively by S of xy equal to trace the map of z from R of zyx and R equal to trace of x. Here are some important definition. Definition number 1. A semi-Riemannian manifold Mg is called Einstein manifold if S of xy equal to lambda g xy. For some constant lambda, here G is a matrix and S is a semi-Riemannian manifold. Coming to the definition 2, a semi-Riemannian manifold Mg is said to be a locally symmetric if nabla R equal to 0. Definition 3, a Ricci-Salaton on Mg is defined by the Lie derivative of G with respect to V plus 2S plus 2 lambda G equal to 0, where V is a vector field and lambda is a constant. A semi-Riemannian manifold is said to be a pseudo-symmetric if R dot R equal to L sub Q, QG and R, where LQ is a smooth function and LQGR is a Tachibana tensor. And this is our last definition, definition number 5. The warped product manifold M equal to warped product of V and F is the product of manifold with the metric G equal to base of G plus F square of fiber of matrix, where F is a smooth positive function on B. So from these we get some main result. So this is our first theorem, theorem number 6, Einstein rigidity theorem. Let MNG be a semi-Riemannian manifold whose Ricci tensor satisfied F S of xy equal to lambda of metric space of all the vector field xy belongs to tangent bundle, where the lambda is a constant, then Mn is a Einstein manifold with constant scalar curvature. Now coming to the next theorem, rigidity under parallel curvature. Let Mg be a semi-Riemannian manifold whose Riemannian curvature tensor satisfied nabla R equal to 0. Here R is a Riemannian manifold. Then Mg is a locally symmetric manifold. Next theorem is pseudo-symmetric curvature structure. Let Mg be a semi-Riemannian manifold satisfy R dot R equal to L sub Q QGR, where LQ is a smooth function on M and Mg is a pseudo-symmetric manifold. Next theorem is weakly symmetric manifold characterization. A semi-Riemannian manifold Mg is said to be a weakly symmetric manifold if its curvature tensor satisfied covariant derivative of R with respect to S of y z u v equal to A of x of R v z u v plus B of y of R x z u v plus V of z of R y x u v for someone first form A and B on M. And here are two last three theorems. Ricci-Salaton characterization. Let Mg be a semi-Riemannian manifold admitting the Ricci-Salaton satisfy Lie derivative of G with respect to V plus 2S plus 2 lambda G equal to 0. Then the Salaton is classified as a string if lambda is greater than 0, steady if the lambda equal to 0, and expanding if lambda is less than 0. Theorem 11 is saying that the semi-symmetrical curvature condition, let Mg be a semi-Riemannian manifold satisfying R over xy dot R equal to 0, then Mg be a semi-symmetrical manifold. And coming to the last theorem, our last theorem is warped product classification. Let Mg be a semi-Riemannian manifold satisfying such that S equal to alpha G plus beta tensor product of eta itself, where alpha and beta are both smooth function on M, then M is locally isometric to the warped product manifold. So these are the important theorem and result of the topic. Now coming to the last section of the conclusion. So conclusion of the paper is curvature constraint play a crucial role in determining the geometrical structure of semi-Riemannian manifold. The result shows that curvature identities impose strong restriction that lead to rigidity and classification of result. Important geometric structures such as Einstein manifold, Ricci-Salaton, pseudo-symmetric manifold, warped product manifold are naturally arise from the curvature conditions. These findings contribute to a deeper understanding of geometric structure in both Riemannian geometry and space-time of geometry. These results highlight the deep relationship between curvature properties and the global geometric and semi-Riemannian manifold. So these are the given references for the above results, as you can see. So thank you. Anyone have question?
Hello.
Yes, sir.
manifold का
Sorry, sir, you are not audible.
हेलो
Yes, sir.
रीमानियन manifold प्रोफेसर आरएक्स मिश्रा का किताब का क्या रेफरेंस लिए हैं
Yes, sir.
प्रोफेसर आरएक्स मिश्रा साहब लखनऊ वाले जो थे उनके किताब का कुछ रेफरेंस दिए हैं इसमें
No, sir.
थैंक ये ठीक है इस मैनिफोल्ड में और
Sir, I have used very less reference of IR Mishra, sir, in tensor calculus, Riemannian geometry, and differential geometry foundation. Okay, thank you, sir.
Okay, who's next?
Sir, can I?
Hello, sir. Hello.
Yes.
Atifa,
Hello.
please.
Yes, sir.
Please.
Sir, I am
Please
sharing.
Yeah, please share the screen.
Okay.
Hello.
Yes, sir, I am sharing.
Yeah, please share the screen.
Okay, sir.
Are you on phone?
Yes, sir, I am sharing on my phone.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Is it visible now? Hello? Is it visible now, sir? Hello? Hello?
We can see the screen.
Okay.
Please start.
Okay. First of all, I am extremely sorry for everyone what I disturbance create during the session due to my laptop hanging. Myself, Atifa Hasib Ansari, research scholar, Department of Zoology, SS Khanna Girls Degree College, Prayagraj. The title of my presentation is the neuronal classes and their spine density in medial hypothalamus in Rattus norvegus, a Golgi study. The picture of that albino rat is my model organism. It is known as the albino rat due to lack of the melanin pigment. Hypothalamus is a special part of the brain which plays a crucial role in the reproductive endocrinology, which is further subdivided into the anterior hypothalamus, medial hypothalamus, and lateral hypothalamus. In the neuroscience, brain has always been fascinating point to study the neuroendocrinology. Just like the higher mammals, rodent brains also show compartmentalization as it consists of the different type of the regions, and medial hypothalamus is the region which is present just below the third ventricle, and it is the middle portion of the brain. Neurons, being a science student, we all know that neurons are the structural and functional unit of the nervous system that plays a crucial role in the neurotransmission. As I have already observed different type of the neurons on the basis of their structure: unipolar, bipolar, pyramidal, and multipolar, out of which pyramidal is a special type of the neuron which is characterized by presence of the triangular soma and a different type of the dendritic crease, and it is a novelty of the mammalian brain that it consists of the about 2 to 3rd of the total neurons. Spines are the tiny extensions that are present on the dendrites of the neurons, and these are responsible for the neurotransmission. It has been already noted that the estrogen, which is a sex steroid hormone, is known to produce the spine density. Previous study has indicated the importance of the hypothalamus in thermoregulation, sexual behavior, maternal care, and all that. The question arises, do the changes in the ovarian hormone, especially in case of the estrogen and progesterone, might have their effect on the neuronal structure? It is presumed that change in the estrogen and progesterone might show their effect on the neuronal structure across the estrous cycle. Estrous cycle is similar to the mammalian menstrual cycle that is responsible for the maturation of the ova. The objective is to study the neuronal plasticity and the variation which is occur during the spine density of the rat brain across the estrous cycle. In material and methods, the estrous cycle consists of the 4 distinct phases: proestrus, metaestrus, estrus, and diestrus. This picture shows that on the basis of the vaginal position and visual assessment, these phases were identified. And in my study, for the neuronal characteristics, a special type of the method that is known as the Golgi collinear is used. And after that, for the statistical approaches, the given formula is used to calculate the true spine density. Spine density literally means the number of the spines that is present within a special region of that dendrites. And I have used the ANOVA test for comparison among all 4 phases. This is the interpretation. It has been observed that apical and spine density in case of the proestrus is maximum as compared to other phases, while during the estrus phases it is at the minimal level. And on applying the ANOVA test, I have found that there is a significant result is a significant. That means the variation in all these phases have their reason. And the reason behind that proestrus consists of the large level of the estrogen. It has been observed that during the proestrus, the level of the estrogen is at the peak. Due to that, the apical and basal spine density have observed as the highest, while during the estrus cycle, the level of the estrogen falls down. That's why they consist of the least value for the apical and basal density. And this is a graph which already I've explained that show the everything, the spine density, apical extent and basal extent reaches at the maximum during the proestrus due to high level of the estrogen, and during the estrus phase it is the low. The observation involves, these are the 4 images which consist of the dendrite segments. A consists of the dendritic segments which during the proestrus phase, B consists of during the estrus phase, C metaestrus, and D estrus phase. Result and discussion involves that spines are basically the tiny protrusion that are present for the neurotransmission, and the plasticity in case of the spine density or dendritic thickness can be correlated with the sex steroid, especially in terms of the estrogen and progesterone, which have their implication on the basis of the learning, memory, and other sexual activities of the hypothalamus. Thus, in female rat, spine density were highest during the proestrus phase due to high level of the estrogen as compared to other phases, and proestrus involves better functioning for the mating behavior and for the social interaction, as well as during this phase the animal is at the lower anxiety level. Thus, findings suggests that supports the previous study that the level of estrogen which is highest during the proestrus is the reason behind that to increase the spine density and dendritic thickness. And I'm very thankful for you all to providing me this opportunity, and I'm extremely sorry for that inconvenience I created during the session. And I'm thankful for my college, SS Khanna Girls Degree College, and the Sarla Trust for giving me financial support to conduct my experiment. Thank you all. Thank you so much. Any questions, sir?
Thank you, Atifa, for the wonderful presentation. It was really insightful and we thoroughly enjoyed it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. And again, sorry for that.
No problem. It can happen. No problem.
Actually, laptop is not working. I hope so. And I feel very sad for the inconvenience. Sorry, I'm extremely sorry, everyone in the session for disturbance.
You share it with your laptop, okay?
Yes, sir.
In the next conference, you can share it with your laptop.
Sir, actually, I'm sharing with my laptop. I don't know what is happening now due to high storage. It is not working or some issue. That's why.
You need to clean up a little.
Okay, okay. Sir, any question? Any question?
Questions.
Or
Thank you.
okay, okay. Thank you, sir.
Presenter, please.
Sir, can I?
Yes, yes. Please share the screen. Thank you.
Hello. Hello. Sir, is my screen visible? Hello.
Start.
Okay, sir. Good morning, everyone. Myself, Tanmay, and today I'll be presenting on the topic Winter Meteorology over National Capital Region India, insights from 5-year WRF modeling. So these are the table of contents where initially I'll be giving a brief introduction of my topic, and then we will be I will be discussing the simulation details followed by the results that we are reporting in this presentation. So according to the United Nations, more than 50% of the world's population would live in urban areas, which is expected to increase by 2050. And most of this population growth will be observed over India, China, and Nigeria. Now, what happens is that when rapid population growth occurs, the city borders are expanded because more accommodation is required, and accordingly, this land use and land cover of the area changes. Now, what does land use and land cover means? It means that how the people are utilizing the land or area for various socio-economic activities, and also what is the biophysical condition of the land. Now, as population influx increases, so does the anthropogenic activities, and it also affect various other parameters like the topography of the area or the climate of the area, basically weather of the area, which in long term also affect the climate of the area. One of the consequences of this land use and land cover alteration is urbanization, where basically any type of land, whether it be an barren land, whether it is an agricultural land or forest, it is basically converted to a urban built up land. And it is generally accompanied by industrialization also, as I mentioned earlier, population influx within the region. Now, what happens whenever whenever urbanization occurs, a phenomena occurs which is known as urban heat island phenomena, which I have also discussed afterwards. Basically, what happens there is that the urban areas become warmer than its surrounding rural areas. And also the literature has been there that temperatures are increasing as high as 1.5 degrees Celsius, which has been seen over the parts of USA. And there are many such studies in India also that has been done basically on metropolitan cities. Also, urban-induced land use, land cover changes impact the distribution of precipitation and rainfall also over the area. Now, the model that we have used for our study is weather research and forecasting model. What this model does is it takes the current meteorological data and then gives the state of the atmosphere for the future time. It can also be used to analyze the past information also. Basically, this model was developed by NCAD USA with various collaboration all over the globe. And this is the general workflow of the model, where basically initially we will take the terrain information, our study region information, and we will feed it to GeoGrid executable program. And the meteorological data is in the form of GRIP, which is our World Meteorological Order designated format. And UNGRIP will extract the data from there, and both these study region information and the meteorological information will be horizontally interpolated over the MedGrid program, and then it will be fed to the machine for running the WRF model. Now coming to the study region, our study region encompasses basically Delhi NCR, the entire of Delhi NCR region, which is present in the innermost domain, that is the domain D03, which is at a horizontal resolution of 2 kilometers. Now the outermost domains are used, like D01 and D02 is used so that the meteorological data that we are having are in a coarser resolution of around 1 degree, horizontal resolution. So we are using these two domains to interpolate this data to a much more finer resolution of around 2 kilometers. Now this is the domain details that we are using. As mentioned earlier, we are using a 3 nested domains, one-way nested domains, with the larger domain, that is domain D01 at 30 kilometer, domain D02 at 6 kilometer, and domain D03 at 2 kilometer horizontal resolution. And as I mentioned earlier, our meteorological data is available at 1 degree cross 1 degree horizontal resolution. So we need these 3 domains to bring this data from a coarser resolution to a finer resolution. And we are using the time period of the study for the month of January, which we are using as a representative month for the winter season. Now these are the physical parameterization schemes that we have used, and these schemes are based on the literature that has been done previous to what we are currently studying. And also we are using our own land use and land cover data. But for the coarser domains, domain D01 and D02, we are using the already available WRF compatible data, which is being provided by ISRO, and that data has been generated by generated from IRS P6 AWIFS imagery, which is available at 56 meter resolution. And our data, which we are using for domain D03, we are using the method followed by Ganjirat and Baghari 2024, and we are using a machine learning algorithm of gradient tree boost over the Landsat 8 imagery for the year of 2019, and this data is being created for 30 meter resolution at a 30 meter horizontal resolution, and they are having a 24 category classifications according to the Anderson 1976 classification. Now this is the map for the third domain that we have created, where we can see that the Delhi is mostly covered with urban areas, and we are also seeing some agricultural fields. Basically this entire thing is agricultural fields, but there we have irrigated croplands, we have mixed croplands, and we also have some dry croplands also, and also there are some shrublands, and the water bodies are also being resolved here. So accordingly, we have we simulated and we got this temperature variation from the year of 2017 to 2021, where we can see that the maximum temperature that has been recorded was for the year 2021. However, the minimum temperature was maximum for the year of 2017. Also, the average temperature mostly showed a decrease of nearly 0.37 degrees Celsius, but there was a sudden increase in the year of 2021, which was around 0.9 degrees Celsius, which might be due to maximum temperature increase. Now, we are also currently studying the literature, but this could be because in 2020 there was reduced anthropogenic activities over the entire region, so it might have affected the temperature variation slightly. Now, as I was mentioning earlier, what urban heat island effect is, it is basically the thermal disparity between the urban areas and the rural areas. It represents the critical manifestation of how the urbanization is happening over a region. There is another phenomenon which is known as urban cool island also, which is actually opposite of what urban heat island is. Now, what happens is that as urbanization increases, the inner core, like the innermost core of the urban areas, starts to heat up because of the heat retention by the built-up areas. Now, as the temperature increases, it forms a kind of island which is having higher temperature compared to its surrounding rural areas. So that's why its name came as urban heat island. And the urban heat island intensity is calculated as temperature of urban grids minus temperature of rural grids. In this study, we have computed the rural grid temperature as a median of all the non-urban grids. And accordingly, we have got our urban heat island map. The first row shows the map for the daytime, and the second row shows it for the night time. As we can see that over the daytime, there is a clear demarcation of high temperature over the urban areas. And so at the night time, actually, there's a clear demarcation of high temperature over the urban areas. And this temperature were seen to be going as high as 7.8 degrees Celsius. The minimum was around 4 degrees Celsius. And also for the daytime, there is no such variations can be seen within the urban region and the non-urban region or the rural regions. However, over the year 2021, we can see there is a slight emergence of a urban cool island effect, which might suggest that the urban temperatures are lower during the daytime compared to its rural counterpart. Accordingly, the conclusions that we have derived is that the maximum temperature exhibited a notable year-to-year variability. However, it was not consistent. That it changed. The trend was changed during 2021. The daytime UHI as seen here shows no thermal disparity, and also there is an emerging urban cool island effect over the year 2021. Also, we have seen that the southwestern and southern part of the regions are having slight warmer signatures, like basically what T rural can be used
Mr.
as a
Tanmay Sen,
Yes,
can you please conclude in okay. Thank you.
so this is conclusion only. So basically, it is showing that due to arid regions, these temperatures are higher. And so we can say that the heat retention and regional surface characteristics are playing a dominant role over creating the winter UHI effect over the Delhi NCR region. Now, as for future works, we are also going to simulate it for other time frames and other seasons also. And also we'll be checking for the thermal comfortability index like discomfort index, heat index, UTFVI, and also we'll be studying for various climate change scenarios, and accordingly we'll also discuss on various mitigation strategies also. These are the references for the study. Thank you. Is there any question, sir?
थैंक यू सर, वेरी वेरी थैंक यू. बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग आपका टॉपिक है, और इस पर और आगे का काम जो समाज के लिए बेनिफिशियल हो वो करना है को. थैंक यू. एनी क्वेश्चन?
वेलकम सर.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tanmay Sen.
Thank you,
sir.
sir.
Very nice presentation. Thanks a lot.
Welcome, sir.
Ms. Smriti Singh,
Yes, sir.
please start sharing your screen. Please click on got it and then start.
Yes, sir.
Yes, show my screen anyway. Please click on show my screen anyway. It is in the center of your screen.
Yes, sir.
Yes, now please minimize the screen. On the top right, you can minimize. So again, you minimize and start your PPT.
Yes, sir.
बॉटम में सेंटर में एक आइकन बना होगा, हाईलाइटेड है जो
सर कहाँ पे?
वीडियो वाला आपके कैमरे के जस्ट बगल में एक आइकन है, सेंटर में, बॉटम में, सेंटर में स्क्रीन के, उस पर क्लिक कीजिए तो अपना स्क्रीन शेयर कर पाएंगे। देखिए जहाँ कैमरे का आइकन आ रहा है ना नीचे सेंटर में, उसके जस्ट बगल में आइकन होगा। क्लिक करना है आपको। देखिए उस हाँ एंटायर स्क्रीन, उसमें एंटायर स्क्रीन सेलेक्ट करिए।
यस सर।
हाँ अब उस पर क्लिक करिए, क्लिक करिए स्क्रीन पे, हाँ शेयर पे क्लिक करिए। अब अपना पीपीटी खोलिए, पीपीटी स्टार्ट करिए। हाँ राइट, थैंक यू।
Yes sir. Yes sir. Good afternoon everyone.
Very good afternoon. Please start your presentation.
Of Dr. Shravan Kumar Pandey. So today my presentation topic is structural consequences of curvature conditions in semi-riemann manifolds. In second slide there is an outline of my presentation. In third slide there is an abstract of my presentation. Curvature conditions play a decisive role in determining the geometric structure of semi-riemann manifolds. In this paper, we investigate structural consequences arising from prescribed algebraic and differential constants on curvature tensors. Particular attention is devoted to curvature identities that influence rigidity, classification, and decomposition of semi-riemann manifolds. We examine how such conditions give rise to special geometric configurations, including generalized Einstein structure and Salton type matrix. The interaction between curvature constants and modified affine connection is analyzed to understand induced curvature relations and their geometric implications. Webbed product constructions are considered as natural settings in which curvature conditions produce significant structural restrictions. Several examples are presented to illustrate the governing role of curvature in both Riemannian and Lorentzian contexts. The results contribute to a symmetric understanding of how curvature conditions control the global and local geometry of semi-Riemann manifolds. In fourth slide, there is an introduction. The study of the structural consequences of curvature conditions in semi-Riemannian manifolds investigates how specific constants on the curvature tensors, such as Wensing, covariant derivatives, recurrence, or symmetry conditions, determine the geometric and topological structure of a manifold M equipped with a non-definite metric G. Unlike Riemannian geometry, where curvature constraints often lead to strong, globally rigid structures, for example, constant sectional curvature, semi-Riemannian geometry, including Lorentzian or space-time signatures, allows for more diverse, flexible structural consequences, often characterized by the existence of parallel or recurrent null vector fields. In fifth slide, there are some preliminaries. Definition 1. A semi-Riemannian manifold Mg is said to be an Einstein manifold if the Ricci tensor S satisfies S equal lambda into G for some smooth function lambda on M. Definition 2. A semi-Riemannian manifold Mg is said to be pseudo-symmetric if its curvature tensor satisfies R dot R equal L into Q of GR, where L is a smooth function and Q of GR denotes the Tachibana tensor. In slide 6, there are some more preliminaries. Definition 3. Lie derivative of G with respect to V plus 2S plus 2 lambda G equals 0, where V is a vector field and lambda is a constant. Lemma 4. Let Mg be a semi-Riemannian manifold satisfying a curvature restriction of pseudo-symmetric type, then the Ricci tensor satisfies a linear dependence relation with the metric tensor. Lemma 5, if the curvature tensor of a semi-Riemannian manifold satisfies a prescribed algebraic identity involving R and S, then the scalar curvature R is constant on M. In slide 7, there are some theorems. Theorem 1, let Mg be a semi-Riemannian manifold satisfying a pseudo-symmetric curvature condition, then the manifold admits a generalized Einstein structure. Next theorem, let Mg be a semi-Riemannian manifold admitting a Ricci-Solton structure. If the curvature tensor satisfies suitable curvature restrictions, then the manifold reduces to an Einstein manifold. Next theorem, let Mg be an n-dimensional semi-Riemann manifold whose curvature tensor satisfies R dot R equal L into Q of Gr. Then Mg is locally isometric to a manifold of Cauchy-constant curvature. In 8th slide, there are some propositions. Proposition 1, let M equal webbed product of B and F be a webbed product manifold with metric G equal base G plus F square fiber G. If M
मिस स्मृति सिंह आपकी स्लाइड हैंग कर रही है. स्मृति सिंह, can you please hear me? स्मृति सिंह, आप सुन पा रही हैं? Okay, so now there will be a 5 minutes tea break. Then again, we shall be joining. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir. Sir, can I audible?
Yes, you are audible. Please, you can conclude.
Yes, sir. Conclusion, curvature restrictions play an important role in determining the geometric structure of semi-Riemannian manifolds. These conditions lead to rigidity phenomena, classification results, and the existence of special structures such as Einstein manifolds, Ricci-Soltons, and webbed product geometries. In 10th and 11th slides, there are some references which I use in my work.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Very nice presentation. Thanks a lot. You can.
Okay, sir. Sir, my voice is audible, sir? Hello, sir. Okay, sir. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for giving this opportunity. Myself, Palaya AP, research scholar in the Department of Mathematics, Manipal Institute of Technology, Manipal Academy of Higher Education, Manipal, Karnataka. Title of my presentation is Investigation of Linear Stability in Two-Dimensional Channel Flow through a Porous Medium under a Transverse Magnetic Field with Nearly Boundary Conditions. These are the contents of today's presentation. Introduction. Fluid mechanics is a branch of science which deals with the study of fluids under the conditions of fluid motion or rest. Fluid mechanics is divided into mainly three areas: fluid static, fluid dynamics, fluid kinematics. In our study, mainly focusing on linear stability analysis. Linear stability analysis studies the behavior of small disturbances in a fluid flow if they determine whether the flow is stable, unstable, or neutral. Using techniques like eigenvalue and normal mode analysis, it is crucial in understanding fluid behavior, turbulent and pattern formation with broad applications in physics, engineering, and fluid dynamics. Formulation. In this study, we are considering the two-dimensional incompressible viscous fluid through a porous medium in a parallel channel under a transverse magnetic field applied to the perpendicular to the channel walls. Figure 1 represents the schematic diagram of the problem. When we considering both the walls as slip walls, upper and lower. Based on the schematic diagram, we are considering the governing equation. Equation 1 to 3 we are considering. Equation 1 represents the continuity equation. Equation 2 and 3 represents the momentum equations of x and y direction, where u and v are the velocity components in the x and y direction, where p is the pressure and rho is the density, k is the permeability, beta naught is the magnetic field. Now we are introducing the dimensionless variables given in equation 4. Substituting these dimensionless variables into the governing equations, we get non-dimensional governing equations given in equation 5 to 7, where Re is the Reynolds number, it is the ratio of inertial force to viscous force, where dA is the Darcy number, it is the measure of permeability, S square is the Hartmann number, S square is the state factor. The flow is modeled to satisfy different slip boundary conditions on lower and upper surfaces with slip lengths K1 and K2 applied along the walls. Y varies from -1 to 1 respectively. Linear stability analysis. In the stability analysis, we will focus on two-dimensional disturbances which allows squares transformation. We can better understand the squares behavior under this condition by introducing small disturbances given in equation 8. Substituting the small disturbances into the non-dimensional governing equations and simplifying, we get linearized perturbation equations given in equation 9 to 11. To more simplify this linearized perturbation equations, we introduce stream function given in equation 12. Substituting this stream function into the linearized perturbation equations and simplifying, rearranging, we obtain modified or Sommerfeld equation given in equation 30. The complex wave speed C is equal to CR plus ICA governs disturbances behavior. If CI less than 0, the flow becomes stable. If CI greater than 0, the flow is unstable. If CI is equal to 0, the flow is neutrally stable. The stability is analyzed using the modified or Sommerfeld equation described by the Chebyshev spectral collocation method. Its collocation point n is equal to 120 over y varies from -1 to 1 with the help of MATLAB. Boundary conditions. To examine how wall slip affects flow stability, we analyze 4 types of boundary conditions we are considering. First one is general Navier slip condition. Equation 14 represents the general Navier slip boundary conditions with slip lengths K1 and K2. Equation 15 represents the base flow. Equation 16 represents the corresponding boundary conditions of modified or Sommerfeld equation. Second condition, no slip condition. For classical no slip condition, we are considering K1, K2 is equal to 0 in equation 15, with the boundary conditions are given in 17. Equation 18 represents the base flow of the no slip condition. Equation 19 represents the corresponding boundary conditions of the modified or Sommerfeld equation. Third one, symmetric Navier slip flow. In this case, both the boundary conditions, we are taking same slip lengths. K1, K2 is equal to K. The base flow is given in equation 21. Equation 22 represents the corresponding boundary conditions of for Sommerfeld equation. Fourth one, asymmetric Navier slip boundary conditions. In this case, we only considering the lower wall is slip condition, upper wall is no slip case. Equation 24 represents the asymmetric slip. Result and discussion. Trapezius vector collocation method is used to compute the base velocity profiles and linear stability analysis under slip conditions. Wall slip alters velocity, magnitude, profile shape, and enhance near wall flow. Symmetric slip preserves the symmetric, while asymmetric and general slip introduces the asymmetric. Magnetic parameter H and force resistance represents the flow. Linear stability analysis shows that wall slip significantly affect the eigenvalue spectrum and growth rates. Increasing Atman number and shape factor stabilize the flow by shifting eigenvalue towards the stable region. Boundary conditions play a crucial role in the flow stability in porous MHD and microfluidic systems. General Navier slip condition. Figures 2 represents the velocity profiles for different slip lengths of K2 with fixed slip length K1 is equal to 0.1. Figure A represents the Atman number. Figure B represents the when we increasing the Atman number, the velocity profiles are increases. Figure B represents the eigenspectrum for the general Navier slip case, where we can observe that Ca less than 0, which means the flow is stable. No slip case. Figure 4 represents the velocity profile for varying Atman numbers. Figure 5 represents the eigenspectrum for the no slip case. Symmetric Navier slip case. Figure 6 represents the velocity profiles for varying Atman number. When we increasing the Atman number, the velocity profiles are increases. Figure 7 represents the eigenvalue spectrum for the symmetric Navier slip case. When we are observing that Ca less than 0, which means the flow is stable. Asymmetric Navier slip case. Figure 8 represents the velocity profile for different slip lengths. When we increasing the slip lengths, the velocity profiles increases. Figure 9 represents the eigenvalue spectrum for the asymmetric Navier slip case. Conclusion. Flow stability is strongly influenced by the wall magnetic damping and porous resistance. Linear stability analysis is performed using Trapezius vector collocation method of the modified or Sommerfeld equation. Symmetric slip at both walls destabilize the flow, reducing wall shear and lowering the critical Reynolds number. Asymmetric slip enhances stability by increasing the critical Reynolds number, especially in the presence of strong magnetic field and porous resistance. General Navier slip conditions shows a intermediate stability behavior depending on the relative slip at the each walls. Higher porous resistance and magnetic field strength suppresses the disturbances growth and promote flow stability. These are the references. Thank you. Hello. Any suggestions? हेलो
बहुत अच्छा ही आपका प्रेजेंटेशन रहा और करंट जो टाइम है उसके अनुसार आपका टॉपिक और बहुत अच्छा है इसमें। और अभी आप रिसर्च कर रहे हैं कौन से सुपरवाइजर आपके?
डॉक्टर नागराज कटागी सर।
यस यस, थैंक यू वेरी वेरी मच।
थैंक यू सर।
Nice, sir.
Okay, Miss Nandini Rajput.
Yes, sir.
Please share your screen.
सर ये स्मॉल कैसे होगा?
Yes, your screen is visible and we can hear you. Please start your presentation.
Good evening, sir. Myself, Nandini Rajput. My topic is using power law model to do phase modeling of capillary blood flow during breast cancer. सर ये राइट साइड में जो स्क्रीन आ रही है वो शॉर्ट कैसे होगी?
हाँ, ये आपके साइड से आ रही है मैडम.
उसको अनपिन कर दीजिए.
हाँ, अनपिन कर दीजिए उसको.
या मिनिमाइज कर दीजिए.
सर मिनिमाइज का ऑप्शन नहीं आ रहा है उसमें.
तो अनपिन कर दीजिए. अनपिन कर दीजिए.
एक मिनट से. Department of Physical Science, MGCGP, Chitrakoot, Satna, under the guidance of Dr. Virendra Upadhyay. Abstract. This study utilizes a power law model to analyze blood flow in capillaries when breast cancer is present, distinguishing between the core layer and the plasma layer as the two primary phases. There are two types of core layer, Newtonian and non-Newtonian. In this context, blood is modeled as a power law fluid with the equation of motion and continuity illustrating the flow model. Numerically, expression for blood pressure drop and volumetrically flow rate have been derived using appropriate boundary conditions when determining the blood pressure. In case of breast cancer, the hematocrit has a clear impact. The presentation as a whole in the tabular form and the adopted analytic solution technique in numerical as well. This comparative approach allow for a deeper understanding
Hello.
for हेलो जी सर.
हाँ, आप रीड आउट मत कीजिए. आपका एम क्या है, क्या काम किया है, क्या ऑब्जेक्टिव क्या है, कंक्लूजन बताइए शॉर्ट में. रीड आउट करने की जरूरत नहीं है.
जी सर. सर breast cancer is type of that begins as a growth of abnormal and breast cancer. सर टू फेस मॉडल का यूज किया है जिसमें वन फेस प्लाज्मा लिया है और सेकंड फेस आरबीसीज. X represent कर रहा है volume fraction occupied by blood cells within a unit volume. This X equivalent we express as the H upon 100, where X represent कर रहा है hematocrit को, the percentage volume of blood cells, and 1 minus X plasma component को represent कर रहा है सर इसमें. Structure and function of systemic circulatory system. Systemic circulatory system सर oxygenated blood को whole body में translate करता है through arteries to the capillaries in the tissues of bodies. सर ये रियल मॉडल का यूज करते हुए सर मैथमेटिकल कंक्लूजन. सर ये बायोफिजिकल सर ये हमने डाटा लिया था क्लिनिकली हेमाटोक्रिट एंड ब्लड प्रेशर ड्रॉप का सर पेशेंट का. तो ये सर हीमोग्लोबिन को पहले हेमाटोक्रिट में चेंज किया है एंड ब्लड प्रेशर ड्रॉप निकाला है कैपिलरी में सर. इसकी कैलकुलेशन करते हुए हमने
कंक्लूजन बताइए.
जी सर. सर ये ग्राफ मतलब मॉड्यूलेटेड डाटा का ग्राफ है सर. इसमें ना डिक्रीजिंग सेंस में जा रहा है ग्राफ. तो सर हम मतलब पेशेंट को मतलब हाई डोज के लिए वो कर सकते हैं, सजेस्ट कर सकते हैं सर, क्योंकि ग्राफ डिक्रीजिंग जा रहा है. अगर इंक्रीजिंग जाता है तो सर हम पेशेंट को ऑपरेशन के लिए भी सजेस्ट नहीं कर सकते थे और हाई डोज के लिए भी सजेस्ट नहीं कर सकते हैं सर. दीज आर सम रेफरेंसेस. थैंक यू सर.
और सर इसका सामाजिक जीवन पर कुछ क्या यूज है जरा सा, एक आप 2 लाइन में प्रयास कीजिए बताने का, उत्सुकता है।
सर इसमें हम सर मतलब हम सर इसमें मॉडलिंग करके मैथ्स में मॉडलिंग करके सर जो मतलब जैसे कि हमने ब्रेस्ट कैंसर है हमारा टॉपिक सर, कोई भी बीमारी के खिलाफ मतलब जो रहेगा, तो अगर उस बीमारी के दौरान हम अगर उस पेशेंट का ब्लड प्रेशर और हीमोग्लोबिन की रीडिंग से सर उनका अपन बता सकते हैं डॉक्टर को, कि डॉक्टर को भी सजेस्ट कर सकते हैं कि वो ऑपरेशन कर सकते हैं या नहीं, हाई डोज कर सकते हैं या नहीं सर।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, बहुत बढ़िया आपका रिसर्च का ये है टॉपिक है। और
सॉरी सर हमारी आवाज बहुत खराब हो रही है अभी।
कोई बात नहीं है, ऐसे ही प्रयास होता है, खराब तो सब। थैंक यू, वेरी वेरी थैंक यू
जी, थैंक यू सो मच सर।
Hello, can you please go to the graph slide, the slide which has the graph?
जी सर, एक मिनट।
Yes.
सर ये क्लिनिकली वाला ग्राफ है और ये सर
After
जो
that.
हमारी
Yes, this one. So what does this graph indicate exactly? Why is that, like sharp rise there at a certain point?
यस सर, ये सर डिक्रीजिंग सेंस में जा रहा है।
So it is going into the which region, like depletion region?
नो सर, ये डिक्रीजिंग भी हो सकता है, इंक्रीजिंग भी हो सकता है। ऐसा कुछ नहीं है कि सर इंक्रीजिंग हो या डिक्रीजिंग हो। मतलब अगर सर डिक्रीज होगा तो हम पेशेंट को हाई डोज रिकमेंड कर सकते हैं, ऑपरेशन भी रिकमेंड कर सकते हैं, पर अगर इंक्रीजिंग होगा तो हम हाई डोज रिकमेंड नहीं कर सकते हैं।
Okay, so like is this a non-linear relationship? मतलब इस ग्राफ से क्या हम समझ सकते हैं, मैं ये पूछना चाह रहा हूँ आपसे।
सर लीनियर
रिलेशनशिप, राइट? तो फिर तो या तो वो इंक्रीज होगा या डिक्रीज ही होगा, या कोई मतलब उसका पॉलिनोमियल फिट होगा ना, या अब कोई रिलेशनशिप नहीं है, आप ये कहना चाह रही हैं?
नहीं सर, रिलेशन तो है,
लीनियर रिलेशनशिप है।
यस।
ओके, थोड़ा सा आप इसको और स्टडी करिएगा। थैंक यू सो मच फॉर द वंडरफुल प्रेजेंटेशन।
जी सर।
Mr. Sandeep Kumar Patel, Shobhit Srivastava, Ram Rudra Patel, or Dr. Abhishek Sangoli.
Yes, sir. Shobhit Srivastava.
Yeah, Mr. Shobhit, please start.
Okay, sir. Sir, is my screen visible to you?
Yes, your screen is visible.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. My name is Shobhit Srivastava. I'm a research scholar from Professor Rajendra Singh Raju Bhaiya University, and my supervisor is Dr. Rajiv Kumar Singh. And my topic is a study of curvature tensor on differentiable manifolds, recent advances and open problems, exploring the geometrical landscape of curved spaces and the mathematical structures that describe their intrinsic properties. So here, first of all, we need to understand what is differential manifolds and the curvature tensors. So these are the basic points which I have mentioned here, the curvature tensors and the parallel transport required to define the mathematical objects Riemann curvature, the measure how these manifolds bend or twist, capturing their intrinsic geometric and physical properties. Moving ahead, we have the Riemann curvature tensor, the cornerstone, the mathematical foundation, and their physical significance going side by side, measures the non-commutativity of covariant derivatives at the same time coming to the physical significance, central in general relativity, encodes tidal forces, space-time curvature, determining how matter and energy wrap the fabric of the universe. Next one is recent advances regarding the generalized curvature tensors. So these are the three things: generalized curvature tensor, quasi-Einstein manifolds, and their applications. So moving to generalized curvature tensors, the novel mathematicians constructions combining the metric tensor, Ricci tensors, and their products of to capture the nuanced geometric information and the quasi-Einstein manifolds, extension of Einstein manifolds where the Ricci tensor exhibits rank 1 deviation, and applications is exact solutions of Einstein field equations and enhance an understanding. Next one is the open problems, the frontier of research. The problems which are still in the existing phase is the spectral geometry, the metric stability, homology, reducibility, and the global existence. So these are the open problems that we are working on. Next one is the metric curvature existence problem, the central question, the local solutions, and the global challenge. So coming to the central question, given a curvature tensor field, does there always exist a compatible Riemannian metric that produces this? And the local solutions is known to the existent locally under analytic and non-degency conditions through classical differential geometric techniques. Global challenges includes the highlights the profound complexity of non-linear PDs systems governing geometric structures. Curvature and integrability, that is, both go hand in hand. Vanishing curvature corresponds to integrable distributions, links differential geometry with foliation theory. Impacts beyond pure mathematics, the theoretical physics, the mathematical biology, and the engineering applications both goes hand in hand to advance the engineering concepts system under the engineering applications. Mathematical biological systems on curved spaces under the mathematical biological significance, and the theoretical physics, general relativity, Hamiltonian mechanics of rely fundamentally on curvature tensor mathematics. Next is the summary and the progress and the challenges. The rich mathematical structures, recent developments in the quasi-Einstein spaces significantly expands the mathematical landscape. Open challenges, fundamental problems persists, particularly regarding the metric reconstruction and interdisciplinary impact. The field masterfully blends deep, pure mathematics with profound physical significance and implications. Looking forward to what we can do in the advancement, the new analytic techniques, the global metric existence, mathematical community, and the singularity detections. So these are the things which we can work ahead in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shobhit Srivastava.
Thank you, sir.
Is there any question from the audience? Okay, no questions. So we would like to thank Mr. Shobhit Srivastava for a nice presentation.
Thank you, sir.
Very much.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Sandeep Kumar Patel.
Yes, sir. I am audible?
Yes, you are audible and your screen is also visible. Please begin.
Okay, thank you, sir. Good evening, Chairperson, all professors, and my colleagues. Myself, Sandeep Kumar Patel, research scholar from Professor Rajan Singh Rajju Bhaiya University, under the guidance of Professor Rajiv Kumar Singh. My presentation is on the topic some properties of sub-manifold codimension 2 of an almost complex manifold with Norton matrix. This is my content in this presentation: introduction, Norton structure, some results, and differences. First, we introduce almost complex manifold. Here is the basic concept of the almost complex manifold. N plus 2-dimensional differentiable manifold endowed with a real vector valued function phi with the property phi square x equal to minus of x, where x is any arbitrary vector field. This function phi x on x like a complex number. When phi square x on x, it gives of minus x. Let us further suppose that in n plus 2-dimensional vector manifold, a Riemannian matrix G tilde satisfying the condition G tilde of phi x and phi y equal to minus of G xy. Then the n plus 2-dimensional manifold is called most complex manifold with Norton matrix because its behavior is like the complex number. Let us define a new function f acting on xy such that g of phi xy. Here we can easily observe that f of x phi y equal to f of phi xy and f of phi x phi y equal to minus of f x y, and here f is a symmetric function. Now we can study the Nijn tensor for the almost complex manifold, a vector field function and defined as n of xy equal to bracket of phi x phi y plus phi square of bracket of xy minus phi of bracket phi x phi y minus phi of bracket of x and phi y. It's called the Nijn tensor with respect to the structure that is previously defined, structure phi. In the almost complex manifold with Norton matrix, we can observe that Nijn tensor is skew-symmetric and Nijn of phi x equal to phi x phi y equal to n of minus of n xy. An almost complex manifold with Norton matrix is called Norton-Kählerian manifold if covariant derivative of phi is identically 0, where D is a Riemannian connection. In Norton-Kählerian manifold, we have phi of curvature texture xyz equal to curvature tensor xy of phi z, and the property for the Ricci tensor Ricci of phi y phi x equal to minus of Ricci xy. Now we consider here introduce the Norton structure for the submanifold of codimension 2 of Norton-Kählerian manifold V1 2 such that phi of bx equal to b of fx plus ux n1 plus vx n2 phi of n2 bu minus lambda n2 and phi of n2 equal to b of v minus lambda n1, where n1 and n2 are two unit normal vectors in Vn orthogonal to each other, and F is a tensor field of type 1, 1, and small u and small v are the one forms. U and v are the vector fields, and lambda is a C infinite function on Vn. On operating above equation by phi and taking the tangential and normal part separately, we have these results. The induced matrix of submanifold Vn corresponding to G tilde of the Norton-Kählerian manifold Vn plus 2 is given by G of fx fy equal to minus of G xy minus ux uy minus vx vy, where G of xu equal to ux and G of xv equal to vx. The equation 1 and 2, here equation 1 and equation 2 combined, it gives the Northern
Hello.
structure on.
Excuse me, please conclude in 2 minutes.
Yes, sir. Of almost complex manifold, here we have a theorem, and invariant submanifold are codimension 2 of an almost manifold with Northern matrix is an almost complex manifold with Northern matrix. Here for this proof we use this equation 1 because the submanifold in invariant, then we get the result phi of Vx equal to V of Fx, phi of n1 equal to minus lambda n2, and phi of n2 equal to minus lambda n1. On operating for a by phi, we have phi square Vx equal to phi of V Fx minus V of Fx, and we have a corollary based on this result. These are the references used. Thank you.
Thank you, Sandeep. Can you please tell me what is the conclusion of this research? What have you concluded till now? Because
And
I can't
invariant,
any conclusion here.
yeah. An invariant submanifold of codimension 2 of an almost complex manifold with Northern matrix is also a complex manifold with Northern matrix. Means submanifold, if a submanifold is invariant, then it is also be a almost complex manifold.
Manifold is a complex manifold. That's what you are telling?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much, Sandeep.
Thank
you
you,
for the wonderful presentation. Next speaker, please. Who is the next speaker? Is anybody available to give a presentation, or shall we conclude today's session? I think nobody is online, so with a vote of thanks. So now I would like to invite Dr. Manoj Kumar Sharma to give a vote of thanks, and after that we'll conclude the session.
Hello, I am Dr. Manoj Kumar Sharma, Chemistry Department. A very good evening to all of you. It is my proud privilege to purpose the vote of thanks on this special occasion on behalf of the organizing committee. I express my sincere gratitude to all the honorable keynote speakers and delegates who graced this conference with their presence and contributed to making this event meaningful and successful. I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks to all the members of the program advisory committee and the invited speakers for their constant guidance, valuable insights, and support in serving this conference. I am also very thankful to Chairpersons Milan Heitzer. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, so with that, we declared this session as concluded. Thank you. So tomorrow at 9:30 p.m. we shall begin again. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.